What if everything you think you know about Game of Thrones is a lie? What if Roose Bolton has been wearing the flayed skins of his own sons for centuries, immortal and inhuman? What if the Faceless Men didn't just kill individuals, but orchestrated the complete destruction of the Valyrian Empire? What if Jaime and Cersei aren't Lannisters at all, but secret Targaryen bastards whose golden hair hides dragon blood? The truth is, George R.R. Martin buried secrets so deep in his world that most readers never found them. Hidden in throwaway lines, obscure family trees, and seemingly innocent conversations are revelations that would rewrite everything you thought you understood about Westeros. These aren't just theories. They're archaeological excavations of a master storyteller's deepest mysteries. Each one will make you question not just individual characters, but the very nature of the game being played. By the time you finish, you'll realize the Iron Throne was never the real prize. The true game is far older, far stranger, and far more terrifying than anyone imagined. Theory 1. Bolt from the Blue, the ageless horror of House Bolton, the nightmare made flesh. Roose Bolton is not merely a cruel lord, but an ancient, possibly the linked immortal being who prolongs his existence by flaying and wearing the skins of his male descendants, particularly those who share his unnervingly pale eyes. This bolt-on theory explains his ageless appearance, his chilling demeanor, and his peculiar interest in Ramsay's eyes. Deep in the bowels of the Dreadfort, where screams echo through stone corridors and the stench of death permeates every shadow, lies a secret so horrifying that it would drive lesser men to madness. The flayed man on the banner of House Bolton is more than a symbol of terror. It may be a literal depiction of their dark secret, a grotesque family tradition that spans millennia. Lord Roose Bolton stands as one of the most unsettling figures in all of Westeros, and not merely because of his house's reputation for torture and cruelty. There's something fundamentally wrong with the man himself, something that goes beyond mere sadism into the realm of the supernatural. Those who encounter him speak of an unnatural stillness, as if he were a statue given breath. His voice never rises above a whisper, yet it cuts through the loudest din like a blade through silk. Most disturbing of all is his appearance. A man, supposedly past his 40th year, yet bearing scarce a line to mark the passage of time. His skin remains smooth, his hair untouched by grey, and his movements possess the fluid grace of someone decades younger. But it's his eyes that truly unnerve. Those brave enough to meet his gaze. Pale as winter ice, cold as a tomb, they seem to hold depths that no mortal man should possess. They are eyes that have seen centuries pass, that have witnessed the rise and fall of kings, that have watched empires crumble to dust, while their owner remains unchanged, unmoved, eternal. The bolt-on theory proposes a horrifying explanation for these anomalies. Roose is not a mortal man in any conventional sense. He is something far older, far more terrible, an ancient entity, possibly linked to the Others or some other dark power from the dawn of time, that has learned to perpetuate its existence through the most grotesque means imaginable. This creature sustains itself by periodically transferring its consciousness, its very essence, into a new host body. And the method of this transfer is the Boltons' ancestral practice of flaying, by skinning a chosen male heir and literally wearing their skin. The entity assumes a new identity and continues its unholy reign. Consider the evidence that supports this chilling possibility. The Bolton practice of flaying is not merely a form of torture or execution, it's a refined art, passed down through generations with meticulous care. The Boltons have perfected techniques for removing human skin intact, preserving it, and even wearing it. What was once dismissed as simple cruelty now takes on a far more sinister dimension when viewed through this lens. Every flayed man represents not just a victim, but a potential new identity, a fresh vessel for an ancient consciousness. Roses, relationship with his bastard son Ramsay becomes particularly disturbing when examined through this theory. He once made a peculiar statement about sparing the infant Ramsay upon seeing his eyes, but perhaps what he saw was not just familial resemblance, but the potential for a suitable future vessel. Those pale, cold eyes that mark both father and son might be more than genetic inheritance. They could be a sign of compatibility, a marker that indicates whether a body can successfully house the ancient entity. The mysterious death of Rose's true-born son, Domeric Bolton, takes on new meaning. In this context, Domeric was described as a promising young man, skilled in arms and letters, beloved by many. Yet he died suddenly and inexplicably after returning from the capital. Perhaps his death was not the result of Ramsay's jealousy, as is commonly believed, but rather Domeric's failure to possess the necessary qualities, the pale eyes, the cold disposition that would make him a suitable host. In this horrifying scenario, Domeric's warm personality and kind nature marked him as incompatible with the ancient evil that requires a vessel as cold and merciless as itself. Rose's claim that frequent leechings are the secret of a long life might not be the medical advice it appears to be, but rather a ritualistic practice designed to maintain his current form. The constant drainage of blood could be a way of preventing the host body from aging naturally, or perhaps it's necessary to maintain the supernatural bond between the entity and its vessel. The leeches themselves might be more than simple medical tools. They could be conduits for dark magic, drawing out not just blood, but the very life force that keeps mortal flesh young and supple. The most chilling aspect of this theory lies in Rose's casual pronouncement about the future. Ramsay will undoubtedly kill any sons born to Fat Walder, and that's for the best. I will not live long enough to see new sons to manhood. On the surface, this seems like pragmatic acceptance of his bastard's violent nature, but viewed through the lens of the bolt-on theory, it becomes something far more sinister. Rose doesn't need other heirs because Ramsay has already been selected, groomed and prepared as the next ruse. The current vessel is beginning to wear out, and it's time to prepare for the transfer to a new one. The ritual itself would be unspeakably horrific. Picture the scene. In the deepest chambers of the Dreadfort, lit only by flickering torches that cast dancing shadows on walls stained with centuries of blood, the ancient entity prepares to shed its current skin like a snake. Ramsay, perhaps, drugged or bound, lies helpless as his father, or the thing wearing his father's face, begins the delicate process of flaying him alive. But this is no ordinary torture session. Every cut is precise, every strip of skin carefully preserved. The goal is not death, but transformation. As Ramsay's skin is slowly, methodically removed, the entity begins its own terrible metamorphosis. The old flesh falls away like discarded clothing, revealing something that should not exist in the natural world. Then comes the most horrifying moment of all. The ancient consciousness, freed from its dying vessel, slides into Ramsay's flayed body like a hand into a glove. The wounds heal with supernatural speed, the skin regenerates, and what emerges is no longer Ramsay Snow, but Rose Bolton, wearing a new face but possessed of the same cold intelligence, the same merciless cunning, the same pale, terrible eyes. This practice would transform the Bolton succession from a traditional inheritance into a grotesque form of immortality. The same consciousness, the same accumulated knowledge and experience would rule the Dreadfort across generations, wearing different faces, but always maintaining the same essential nature. Each Rose Bolton would be both father and son, predator and heir, an endless cycle of death and rebirth that mocks the natural order. The implications extend beyond mere horror into the political and magical landscape of Westeros. If the Boltons are indeed harboring such an entity, it would explain their ancient bitter enmity with House Stark. The Starks, as servants of the old gods and wardens of the North, would be naturally attuned to detecting such abominations. Their ancestors' struggles against the Boltons wouldn't just be political conflicts, but a deeper, more fundamental battle between the natural order and supernatural corruption. The entity masquerading as Rose Bolton might even have connections to the others themselves. The pale eyes, the unnatural cold that seems to emanate from his very being, the way he seems to glide rather than walk. All of these could be signs of other influence or corruption. Perhaps the original Rose Bolton, centuries ago, made some terrible pact with the icy beings beyond the wall, trading his humanity for immortality and power. This would make the current conflict between the Starks and Boltons not just a matter of political revenge, but a cosmic struggle between forces of life and death, warmth and cold, humanity and the alien hunger that seeks to devour it. When Jon Snow eventually faces down this ancient evil, as he surely must, he won't just be fighting a traitor or a usurper, but something that has festered in the North like a cancer for thousands of years, waiting for its moment to spread. It's corruption across the realm. The Bolton theory transforms House Bolton from mere villains into something far more terrifying. A malevolent force that has been playing the long game for millennia, patient as ice, cold as death, and utterly inhuman in its pursuit of power and survival. Theory 2, Valeria's Echo, the faceless men's vengeance and the doom, the ultimate gift of death. The doom of Valyria was not a natural disaster or mere magical miscalculation, but a meticulously orchestrated act of mass assassination by the nascent. Faceless men, a gift of death delivered to the Valyrian dragon lords and their fire mages in retribution for the horrors of the slave mines. This act was the ultimate expression of their god, of death's will. In the deepest, most sweltering tunnels beneath the 14 flames, where the very air burned lungs and the heat could melt flesh from bone, a god was born from suffering. Not a god of light or love, but a deity of mercy in its most terrible form, the many-faced god of death. And in those hellish depths, as slaves prayed for release in a dozen different tongues to a dozen different gods, the first faceless men heard a universal truth, that all gods, regardless of name or form, are ultimately one when they grant the final mercy of death. The cataclysm known as the Doom of Valyria shattered more than just an empire. It reshaped the very balance of power in the known world. For 4 centuries, historians and maesters have attributed this catastrophe to volcanic fury or sorcery gone awry. They speak of the hubris of dragon lords, of magical experiments pushed too far, of the natural instability of a civilization built literally on fire and blood. But what if they're wrong? What if the doom wasn't an accident at all, but the culmination of the most audacious assassination plot in human history? The truth may lie not in the towers of old Valyria, but in the humid, plague-ridden channels of Braavos, in the House of Black and White, where the faceless men practice their dark arts. Their origin story, as told by the kindly man to Arya Stark, speaks of the first assassin arising from the slave mines beneath the 14 flames. But this tale, horrific as it is, may only scratch the surface of a far grander and more terrible design. Picture those mines in their full, nightmarish glory, vast underground labyrinths carved into the living rock beneath active volcanoes, where tens of thousands of slaves toiled in conditions that would kill most men within days. The heat was beyond human endurance, the air thick with sulfurous vapors that seared the throat and lungs. Men, women, and children from every corner of the known world were thrown into this inferno to mine the precious materials that fueled Valyrian sorcery. They came from Gis and Slaver's Bay, from the Summer Isles and the Shadowlands beyond Ashai, from Sothorios and the Thousand Islands, a babel of suffering humanity united only in their desperate prayers for release. In this crucible of agony, the first faceless man understood a profound truth, that death was not an enemy to be feared, but a friend to be embraced. The gift he began to offer, first to his fellow slaves, then eventually to their masters, was marketed as mercy. But it was really something far more revolutionary. It was the seeds of a religion that would grow to challenge the very foundations of the slave-based economy that sustained Valyria's might. But here's where the traditional understanding falls short. The Faceless Men didn't simply evolve from a handful of freed slaves into a mysterious death cult. They became something far more organized, far more purposeful, and infinitely more dangerous. As their numbers grew and their skills developed, they began to see the bigger picture, that the suffering in the mines was not an unfortunate byproduct of Valyrian civilization, but its very foundation. The dragons, the magic, the legendary wealth and power, all of it was built on an industrial-scale system of human misery that demanded not just individual mercy killings, but systematic destruction. The fire mages of old Valyria were the keystone of this entire system. These sorcerers didn't just command dragons or forge Valyrian steel, they maintained the delicate magical balance that kept the 14 flames stable enough to be worked. The mines existed because these mages could control volcanic activity, channeling and containing forces that would otherwise devastate the entire region. Without them, the carefully managed eruptions that made the mines profitable would become uncontrolled cataclysms. This is where the Faceless Men saw their opportunity for the ultimate gift. Not just individual deaths, but the death of an entire civilization built on suffering. They began to plan an operation of breathtaking scope and audacity, the systematic elimination of every fire mage in old Valyria, timed to occur simultaneously across the Empire. The preparation for this massive undertaking would have taken decades, perhaps centuries. Faceless Men would have infiltrated every level of Valyrian society, from the highest noble houses to the humblest servants. They would have studied the magical practices that kept the volcanoes stable, identified every mage whose death would contribute to the cascade failure they sought to trigger. Most importantly, they would have developed ways to kill not just individuals, but to do so in a manner that would prevent any possibility of magical intervention or resurrection. The fire mages themselves were not ordinary men. They possessed powers that could melt stone and command dragons, magic that could heal grievous wounds and extend life far beyond normal limits. Killing such beings would require more than simple poison or a blade in the dark. The Faceless Men would have needed to develop entirely new techniques, perhaps involving the faces of the dead themselves, wearing the identity of a trusted colleague or lover to get close enough for the kill, or using magical poisons that could overcome supernatural defenses. Consider the logistics of such an operation. On a single, carefully chosen day, hundreds of Faceless Men across the Empire would have struck simultaneously. In Valyria's greatest temples, fire mages conducting essential rituals would suddenly find daggers between their ribs, wielded by acolytes they had trusted for years. In the dragon pits, mages would be strangled by servants who had tended them faithfully for decades. In the deep chambers beneath the 14 flames, where the most powerful sorcerers worked to maintain the magical bonds that held the volcanoes. In check, assassins wearing the faces of wives, children, or lovers would deliver the gift with their own hands. The beauty of the plan lay in its self-executing nature. The Faceless Men didn't need to understand the exact mechanisms of Valyrian fire magic. They simply needed to remove the people who did. As each mage died, their portion of the great work would begin to fail. Magical bonds that had held for centuries would start to weaken and snap. The carefully controlled eruptions that made the mines profitable would begin to spiral out of control. The historical accounts describe a near-simultaneous eruption of all 14 flames, a synchronized devastation that defies explanation as a natural phenomenon. But if the Faceless Men had successfully eliminated the mages responsible for controlling these volcanoes, such synchronized failure becomes not just possible, but inevitable. Without the magical constraints that had held them in check for generations, the 14 flames would have erupted with all the fury of geological forces that had been artificially suppressed for centuries. The resulting catastrophe would have exceeded even the Faceless Men's most ambitious hopes. The ground split and heaved, belching forth molten rock and poisonous gases that killed everything for hundreds of miles. The sea itself boiled, and the very air became flame. Dragons fell from the sky like burning stars, their masters consumed by the inferno they had once commanded. In a single day, the greatest civilization the world had ever known was reduced to ash and memory. But the Faceless Men's vengeance went beyond simple destruction. They ensured that Valyrian knowledge would die with its practitioners. As the fire mages fell, so too did their accumulated wisdom. The spells and rituals that had made dragons and Valyrian steel, the magical techniques that had allowed them to reshape the very landscape to their will. The assassins would have targeted not just the mages themselves, but their libraries, their apprentices, their recorded knowledge. They made sure that when old Valyria burned, it would take its secrets with it, ensuring that such a slave-based, magical civilization could never rise again. This interpretation casts the Faceless Men in an entirely different light. They were not merely a religious order or a guild of assassins. They were the architects of the greatest act of liberation in human history. The doom wasn't just the destruction of an empire, it was the systematic dismantling of a system that had enslaved millions and turned human suffering into magical power. The profound success of such an undertaking would explain many mysteries about the post-Doom world. Why did Valyrian magic fade so completely? Because the Faceless Men made sure to kill not just the practitioners, but anyone who might preserve or restore their knowledge. Why were the survivors of the Doom so few and so scattered? Because the assassination teams specifically targeted the Dragonlord families most likely to rebuild the Empire. Why has no one been able to forge new Valyrian steel or hatch new dragons before Daenerys? Because the knowledge died with its keepers in the flames of the 14 flames. This theory also provides a chilling context for the Faceless Men's continued activities in the present day. If they were capable of destroying the mightiest empire in human history, what threat could Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons possibly pose to them? Her very existence, her dragons, her growing power, all of it echoes the Valyrian Empire they sacrificed so much to destroy. From their perspective, she might represent not a queen to be served or feared, but an existential threat that must be eliminated before she can rebuild what they tore down. The House of Black and White, with its eerie collection of faces and its whispered prayers to the god of death, suddenly becomes something far more sinister, a monument to genocide, a shrine, built on the ashes of an entire civilization. And the Faceless Men themselves are revealed not as mysterious servants of death, but as the most successful revolutionaries in history, patient architects of destruction who proved that even the mightiest empire is vulnerable to those willing to pay the ultimate price for freedom. Theory 3. Aerys's hidden heirs, the secret Targaryen twins. The dragon's true children, Jaime and Cersei Lannister, may not be Tywin's children, but the bastard offspring of the Mad King Aerys II and Joanna Lannister. This theory explains their incestuous relationship, a Targaryen trait. Cersei's descent into madness and fascination with wildfire, Jaime's kingslaying, and Tywin's complex, often hateful, relationship with his supposed heirs. In the glittering halls of Casterly Rock, where golden lions prowl in tapestries and the very walls seem to gleam with Lannister wealth, lies a secret so devastating it could topple the most powerful house. In Westeros, the Golden Twins, Jaime and Cersei, stand as monuments to Lannister beauty and ambition. But what if the blood flowing through their veins carries not the roar of lions, but the fire of dragons? The whispers began in the royal court decades ago, hushed conversations that died the moment Tywin Lannister entered a room. They spoke of King Aerys the Coup Targaryen's inappropriate fascination with Tywin's wife, the beautiful Joanna Lannister. These were not mere courtly compliments or the harmless flirtations common among the nobility. They were something darker, more obsessive, more dangerous. Joanna Lannister was a woman of extraordinary beauty, with the golden hair and green eyes that marked her as a true daughter of the Rock. But she was also intelligent, witty, and possessed of a warmth that drew people to her like moths to flame. Among those drawn to her light was the young Prince Aerys, heir to the Iron Throne, and already showing the first signs of the madness that would one day consume him. The relationship between Aerys and Joanna predated her marriage to Tywin by several years. As children of the highest nobility, they moved in the same circles, attended the same functions, shared the same privileged world of the royal court. But where others saw merely friendship or innocent attraction, darker possibilities lurked. Aerys was known even then for his mercurial temperament, his tendency toward obsession, his inability to accept denial or disappointment gracefully. When Joanna wed Tywin Lannister in a ceremony that united two of the realm's most powerful houses, Aerys's reaction was telling. Rather than offering gracious congratulations to his hand and childhood friend, the king made a scene at the wedding feast itself. During the bedding ceremony, a raucous tradition where wedding guests escort the bride and groom to their marriage bed, Aerys took what were described as unwanted liberties with the new bride. The exact nature of these liberties was never specified, but they were serious enough to cause a permanent rift between the king and his hand. Tywin Lannister was not a man to suffer insults lightly, especially insults to his family. His cold fury at Aerys's behavior became the stuff of legend, and many historians mark that wedding night as the beginning of the slow dissolution of their friendship. But what if the insult went even deeper than public humiliation? What if Aerys's liberties were not just inappropriate touches, but something that would have consequences 9 months later? The timeline of the twins' conception becomes crucial here. Joanna gave birth to Jaime and Cersei in 266 AC, which means they were conceived sometime in late 265 or early 266. During this period, Joanna was frequently at court in King's Landing, serving as one of Queen Rhaella's companions. This gave Aerys numerous opportunities to pursue his obsession, and given his position as king, who would dare to stop him? Who would even dare to speak of it afterward? The physical evidence, while not conclusive, is suggestive. The Lannister golden hair could easily have come from Joanna herself, making it meaningless as proof of paternity. More telling are the behavioral traits that mark the twins throughout their lives. The Targaryen dynasty is infamous for 2 defining characteristics: sibling incest and the hereditary madness that strikes their bloodline with devastating regularity. Jaime and Cersei's incestuous relationship is not merely scandalous, it's obsessive, all-consuming, and utterly central to their identities. From childhood, they were inseparable in ways that went far beyond normal sibling bonds. They experimented sexually at an age when most children barely understand such concepts, and they continued their relationship into adulthood with a passion that destroyed marriages, started wars, and ultimately brought down kingdoms. This is not the casual cruelty or political expedience of typical noble families. This is the deep, instinctive pull that has driven Targaryens to marry brother to sister for 3 centuries. The twins don't just happen to be attracted to each other. They seem incapable of forming meaningful romantic attachments to anyone else. Jaime's complete disinterest in other women, despite being one of the most desired men in the realm, mirrors the Targaryen tendency toward obsessive devotion to family members, but it's Cersei who provides the most compelling evidence for Targaryen heritage. Her descent into paranoia, her increasing cruelty, her fascination with wildfire as a solution to her problems, all of these echo the madness of her potential father. Aerys the Sun's reign was marked by escalating paranoia, seeing enemies and conspiracies everywhere, trusting no one, and ultimately planning to burn King's Landing to ash rather than allow his enemies to claim it. Cersei's arc follows this pattern almost exactly, culminating in her own use of wildfire to destroy the Sept of Baelor and everyone in it. The progression is eerily familiar to anyone who has studied Targaryen history. It begins with pride and ambition, perfectly reasonable traits for a queen, but gradually the paranoia creeps in. Enemies multiply in her mind until she can trust no one, not even her own family. Every slight becomes a mortal insult, every setback evidence of vast conspiracies. And when cornered, when faced with defeat or humiliation, the fire calls to her. The same fire that called to her potential father. The same fire that has been the Targaryen answer to every problem for 3 centuries. Jaime's character arc, viewed through this lens, becomes even more tragic and complex. If he is indeed Aerys's son, then his most defining moment, the killing of the Mad King, transforms from mere kingslaying into patricide of the most horrible sort. The boy who broke his sacred vows and earned eternal infamy did so to save a city full of innocents from his own father's madness. The weight of that knowledge, conscious or unconscious, could explain much about Jaime's cynicism and self-loathing in later years. Consider also Aerys's decision to name Jaime to the Kingsguard, a move that seemed calculated to wound Tywin Lannister. The king took Tywin's heir, his pride and joy, and bound him to a life of celibacy and service, ensuring that the Lannister line would pass to the dwarf Tyrion. But what if this wasn't just spite? What if Aerys was claiming his own son, ensuring that his unacknowledged bastard would remain close to him, unable to inherit Casterly Rock and become a rival power? The psychological impact on Tywin becomes particularly poignant when viewed through this theory. The proud Lion of Lannister, who built his reputation on family legacy and Lannister superiority, would have been forced to raise and love children who were constant reminders of his greatest humiliation. Every time he looked at the twins, he would see not his own legacy, but evidence of his wife's violation and his own powerlessness to prevent it. This would explain the complex, often contradictory nature of Tywin's relationships with his children. He clearly loves them and is proud of their accomplishments, yet there's always an undercurrent of something else, disappointment perhaps, or even unconscious resentment. His treatment of Tyrion, his only true son, becomes even more tragic when viewed as the displaced affection of a man who cannot fully love the children he knows are not his own. The most telling piece of evidence comes from an unexpected source. Tywin's own sister, Jenna Lannister. In a moment of brutal honesty, she tells Jaime directly, "Tyrion is Tywin's son, not you." This isn't just an observation about personality or temperament. Coming from someone who has known the family for decades, it carries the weight of long-held suspicion or even certain knowledge. If the theory is true, it adds layers of irony and tragedy to nearly every major event in the series. The War of the Five Kings, triggered in part by the revelation of the twins' incest, becomes a conflict sparked by Targaryen bastards whose very existence was a crime against the natural order. Robert's rebellion, fought partly over the perceived threat of Targaryen madness, ended with a Targaryen bastard on the throne in all but name. The implications extend far beyond personal drama into the realm of prophecy and destiny. If Jaime and Cersei are Targaryens, then the three heads of the dragon prophesied by various seers might include not just Daenerys and Jon Snow, but one of the twins as well. The dragon has three heads, and two of them have been hiding in plain sight in the lion's den all along. Perhaps most chillingly, if Cersei is indeed a Targaryen, her children, Joffrey, Myrcella and Tommen, carry dragon blood as well as lion blood. This would explain Joffrey's particularly vicious brand of cruelty, which seemed to exceed even his mother's capacity for violence. The infamous Targaryen madness, diluted through generations but never fully absent, might have found its purest expression in a boy king who tortured prostitutes for sport and ordered the deaths of infant bastards. The secret, if it exists, died. With most of those who might have known it, Aerys is dead by Jaime's own hand. Joanna died in childbirth when Tyrion was born, taking whatever knowledge she possessed to her grave. Only Tywin might have known for certain, and if he did, he carried that terrible burden to his own death, shot down in his privy by the sun. He knew was truly his own. In the end, the theory transforms the Golden Twins from Lannister lions into something far more dangerous. Hidden dragons, walking symbols of royal bastardry and inherited madness, whose very existence represents the chaos that comes when the natural order is subverted by lust and power. They are living proof that the dragon's blood runs true, no matter what name it bears or what golden mane it hides beneath. Theory 4. The Mummer's Dragon's True Colors. A Blackfire Resurgence. The perfect pretender, young Griff, Aegon Targaryen, is not the true son of Rhaegar and Elia, but a Blackfire descendant, meticulously groomed by Varys and Illyrio Mopatis to reclaim the Iron Throne. This deception, the Mummer's Dragon, aims to fulfill the Golden Company's original purpose and install a Blackfire, possibly Illyrio's own son, as king. In the swaying cabin of a poleboat drifting down the Rhoyne, a young man with silver gold, hair and violet eyes practices the art of kingship under the watchful gaze of his tutors. He has been told he is Aegon Targaryen, son of Prince Rhaegar and Princess Elia of Dorne, miraculously saved from the sack of King's Landing as an infant. He believes this story with the fervent faith of youth, just as he believes in the righteousness of his cause and the loyalty of those who serve him. But beliefs, no matter how sincerely held, do not always align with truth. The tale of young Griff's survival reads like something from a Mummer's play, a dramatic last-minute rescue, a baby prince spirited away while a substitute child dies in his place, years of careful preparation leading to a glorious return to claim his birthright. It has all the elements of a stirring, heroic narrative, which should perhaps be the first warning sign. In the world of ice and fire, heroic narratives are often the most dangerous lies of all. The warnings began early, whispered by lips that spoke in riddles and shadows. Quaithe of the Shadow, that enigmatic figure from Ashai, cautioned Daenerys Targaryen to beware the Mummer's Dragon. In the House of the Undying, among visions both true and false, Daenerys saw a cloth dragon swayed on poles amid a cheering crowd. An image that speaks not of genuine royalty, but of theatrical pretense, of something designed to fool the masses, while lacking any real substance. But the most compelling evidence lies not in mystical warnings or prophetic visions, but in the very practical matter of who supports young Griff's claim. The Golden Company, that legendary band of sellswords, has broken their contract with the Free City of Mire, something they have never done in their century-long history, to support this supposed Targaryen restoration. This decision becomes deeply suspicious when one considers the Golden Company's origins and their historic relationship with House Targaryen. The Golden Company was founded by Igor Bittersteel Rivers, a great bastard of King Aegon IV, and one of the most implacable enemies House Targaryen ever faced. Bittersteel's hatred for the Targaryens was personal and absolute. He blamed them for the death of his half-brother, Demon Blackfyre, and spent his entire life plotting their destruction. The company he created was explicitly designed as an instrument of vengeance, its ultimate purpose to seat a Blackfyre descendant on the Iron Throne. For generations, the Golden Company fought against the Targaryens in rebellion after rebellion. They shed their blood in the War of the Ninepenny Kings, trying to place Maelys the Monstrous on the throne. They have never, in their entire history, supported a Targaryen claim. Their motto, "Our word is good as gold," speaks to their legendary reliability in keeping contracts, while their other, more telling motto reveals their true nature: beneath the gold, the bitter steel. Yet suddenly, they abandon a lucrative contract to support what they claim is a Targaryen restoration. The explanation offered by Illyrio Mopatis, black or red, a dragon is still a dragon, rings hollow when set against a century of Blackfyre: loyalty. These are not men who would casually abandon their foundational purpose for vague notions of dragon restoration. They are following a deeper loyalty, one that runs back to their very beginnings. The key to understanding this deception lies in the careful parsing of bloodlines and the Byzantine complexities of Targaryen succession. Illyrio himself provides a crucial clue when he states that the Blackfyre line is extinct in the male line. This is a very specific phrase, one that suggests the female line might continue to carry the bloodline. In Westeros, where inheritance typically follows male primogeniture, female line descent is often overlooked or dismissed, making it the perfect cover for a long-term deception. This is where Illyrio Mopatis becomes more than just a wealthy merchant with mysterious motivations. His deep personal investment in young Griff's success, his tender regard for the boy, his willingness to risk vast resources for this cause, all of it suggests a connection far more intimate than mere political calculation. The most compelling possibility is that young Griff is Illyrio's own son, born of his late wife, Serra. Serra is described as a woman of great beauty, with the silver-gold hair and violet eyes typical of old Valyria. But beauty alone would not explain Illyrio's devotion to her memory or his careful preservation of her belongings. What if Serra was not simply a Lycian courtesan, but a descendant of the Blackfyre line? What if she carried the blood of kings in her veins, blood that could legitimately claim the Iron Throne under the right circumstances? The evidence for this connection extends beyond speculation into the realm of observed behavior. Illyrio keeps a painted wooden chest filled with expensive children's clothing that would fit a boy of young Griff's age. When questioned about it, he dismisses it as gifts for a nephew, but his demeanor suggests something far more personal. These are not gifts casually purchased for a distant relative, but treasures carefully preserved by a father who cannot publicly acknowledge his son. The plan, viewed through this lens, becomes a masterwork of political manipulation spanning decades. Rather than attempt another doomed military rebellion, the Blackfyre loyalists chose a path of subterfuge and infiltration. They would place their candidate not in opposition to Targaryen legitimacy, but wrapped in it, disguised as the very thing they sought to overthrow. Varys, the Spider, emerges as a key architect of this deception. His actions during the reign of Aerys the Seine, previously seen as simple survival or political opportunism, take on new meaning when viewed as part of a long-term Blackfyre restoration plot. His subtle poisoning of the king's mind against Prince Rhaegar, his failure to prevent various crises that weakened the dynasty, his convenient absence during critical moments, all of it could be explained as sabotage from within. The beauty of the plan lies in its audacity. Instead of trying to prove a Blackfyre claim, difficult. After generations of exile and intermarriage, they would simply steal a Targaryen identity. Young Griff doesn't need to prove he's a Blackfire because everyone believes he's a Targaryen. The historical enemies of his house are now his greatest supporters, and they support him precisely because they know the truth of his heritage. The timing of the revelation becomes crucial to the plan's success. Young Griff appears on the scene at the perfect moment, after the death of most Targaryens, but before Daenerys can consolidate her own claim. He offers the realm stability and legitimacy without the complications of dragons or foreign armies. He is the Targaryen restoration that doesn't threaten the existing power structure, the king who can unite the realm without burning it. But the deception carries its own seeds of destruction. The Golden Company's support, while militarily valuable, is also a glaring tell to anyone who understands their history. Their sudden conversion to Targaryen loyalism is like a signature on the forgery, a clear sign that something is not as it appears. Tyrion Lannister, with his keen understanding of politics and history, quickly grasps the implications of their involvement. The prophetic warnings take on new urgency when viewed. Through this lens, a mama's dragon is not just false, it's dangerous precisely because it appears so convincing. The cloth dragon swaying before a cheering crowd represents the power of illusion, the way a skilled performance can move masses even when it lacks substance. Young Griff may believe in his own legitimacy, but belief does not make truth. The ultimate irony lies in the possibility that this carefully crafted deception might actually work. Young Griff has been raised and educated as a king. He possesses the physical appearance, the regal bearing, and the political skills necessary for rulership. If he successfully claims the throne, does it matter whether his blood is black or red? In a world where power comes from the acceptance of legitimacy rather than its inherent truth, a convincing lie might be more valuable than an inconvenient reality. The Blackfire restoration, if successful, would represent the ultimate victory of patience over passion, planning over proclamation. Where 5 previous Blackfire pretenders failed through open rebellion, the 6th would succeed through masterful subterfuge. They would not overthrow the Targaryen dynasty. They would become it, hiding their true nature beneath borrowed colors until the time comes to reveal their bitter steel beneath the gold. In the end, young Griff represents more than just another claimant to the Iron Throne. He is the embodiment of a century-old grudge, a living symbol of how the past never truly dies but merely waits for its moment to rise again. Whether he succeeds or fails, his very existence proves that in the Game of Thrones, the most dangerous enemies are often those who convince you they are friends. Theory 5. Bloodraven's Silent War, the Whispering Weirwoods, the Last Greenseers. Grand design, Brynden Rivers, the three-eyed crow, isn't merely observing the past. He's actively manipulating events through the Weirwood network, grooming Bran Stark not just as a successor, but as a key player in a centuries-old game to install a Greenseer-influenced ruler on the Iron Throne, potentially Jon Snow. This plan seeks to merge magical oversight with political power, echoing the age of Greenseer kings. In the deepest caverns beneath the haunted forest, where roots older than memory intertwine with human bone, and the boundary between flesh and wood has long since dissolved, sits a figure that should not exist. Brynden Rivers, once known as Lord Bloodraven, one-time Hand of the King and bastard son of Aegon IV, has transcended the normal limitations of human life through means that blur the line between miracle and abomination. His physical form has become part of the great weirwood that shelters him, roots threading through his body like veins, bark growing over skin that has forgotten the touch of sunlight. But his mind, his cunning, ambitious, utterly ruthless mind, remains sharp as the day he first took up the crown of the three-eyed crow. For decades, the accepted understanding has been that Bloodraven serves as a mystical guardian, a watchman, whose consciousness spans the millennia through the Weirwood network, observing the flow of history and occasionally offering cryptic guidance to those blessed with the sight. But this interpretation fundamentally underestimates the man who once controlled the most extensive spy network in Westerosi history, who played the Game of Thrones with unmatched skill, and who never, in all his long life, settled for the role of passive observer. The truth is far more ambitious and terrifying. Bloodraven isn't just watching history unfold, he's writing it. Through the vast network of weirwood trees that span Westeros, he has been subtly influencing events for generations, nudging here, whispering there, always working toward a singular goal that would make his previous political machinations seem like child's games. He seeks nothing less than the complete transformation of Westerosi governance, the installation of a ruler who would be guided or controlled by the ancient wisdom of the old gods, as interpreted through his own consciousness. This plan represents the culmination of understanding gained through decades of political experience and centuries of mystical insight. Bloodraven lived through the chaos of the Blackfire rebellions, witnessed the rise and fall of kings, observed the endless cycle of war and destruction that plagued the Seven Kingdoms. As a mortal man, he tried to impose order through conventional means, spies, assassinations, political maneuvering. But mortal tools have mortal limitations, and mortal solutions create mortal problems. Now, merged with the Weirwood network and possessed of supernatural longevity, he has conceived a solution that operates on a far grander scale. Rather than trying to control individual rulers who will inevitably die and be replaced, he seeks to establish a new paradigm entirely. A system where the ruler is advised by an immortal consciousness that has access to the memories and wisdom of millennia. The key to this plan lies in understanding what the Weirwood network truly represents. These trees are more than mystical conduits or repositories of memory. They are the remaining fragments of a vast organic computer system created by the children of the forest in their war against the First Men. Through these trees, the children could observe events across vast distances, communicate instantaneously, and coordinate their resistance efforts. When the peace was finally made, this network became a tool of cooperation rather than warfare, allowing the children to guide and advise the First Men kings who ruled under the old gods. Bloodraven has not just tapped into this network, he has become its primary operator, its living interface between the mystical and the mundane. Through the Weirwoods, he can observe events across Westeros as they happen, peer into the past to understand the deeper currents of cause and effect, and most importantly, influence the present in subtle but meaningful ways. The education of Bran Stark represents far more than the simple transfer of green-seeing abilities from mentor to student. Every lesson, every vision, every carefully revealed truth is designed to shape Bran into the perfect instrument of Bloodraven's will. The boy, who once dreamed of knighthood and glory, is being methodically transformed into something unprecedented, a human weirwood hybrid who retains enough humanity to understand and navigate political realities, but possesses enough mystical power to transcend the normal limitations of mortal rulership. But Bran himself is not the end goal, he is the means to an end. The true target of Bloodraven's machinations is Jon Snow, whose unique heritage makes him the ideal candidate for this new form of governance. As the son of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen, Jon embodies the union of ice and fire, of the old gods and the new, of the ancient North and the Targaryen tradition of extraordinary rulership. More importantly, his Stark blood carries the genetic predisposition for warging and green-seeing that would allow him to interface with the weirwood network. The plan, as it has unfolded over the years, shows signs of Bloodraven's subtle influence at every turn. Jon's assignment to the Night's Watch, initially seen as a cruel fate for a bastard, positioned him perfectly to confront the existential threat of the others, while also placing him in proximity to the mystical forces beyond the wall. His rapid rise through the ranks of the Watch, his transformation from sullen bastard to capable leader, his growing understanding of the larger threats facing humanity, all of this has been carefully orchestrated to prepare him for a role far greater than Lord Commander. The timing of various revelations and discoveries in Jon's story shows signs of careful coordination. His discovery of the direwolf pups that would become the Stark children's companions happened at precisely the right moment to forge the mystical bonds that would later prove crucial. His encounters with key figures like Maester Aemon, Sam Tarly, and Stannis Baratheon have provided him with exactly the knowledge and connections he would need for future leadership. Even his apparent death and resurrection could be part of Bloodraven's design, a necessary transformation that would free him from his Night's Watch vows, while also deepening his connection to the mystical forces at play. The broader political landscape also shows signs of Bloodraven's influence. The War of the Five Kings, seemingly a chaotic explosion of ambition and revenge, has systematically eliminated or weakened every major house that might oppose the new order he envisions. The Baratheons are extinct or scattered. The Lannisters are destroying themselves through internal conflicts. The Tyrells have overextended themselves, and the traditional power structures of Westeros are crumbling. Into this vacuum will step a king who appears to offer stability and legitimacy, but who will actually represent something entirely new. A ruler guided by immortal wisdom and backed by powers that transcend normal political calculation. The religious implications of this plan are equally profound. The faith of the Seven, with its emphasis on human hierarchy and divine right, would be gradually supplanted by a return to the old gods. But old gods as interpreted and channeled through Bloodraven's consciousness. This wouldn't be the simple nature worship of the first men, but a sophisticated synthesis of mystical power and political authority that would make the ruler not just a king, but a living avatar of divine will. The process would be gradual, almost imperceptible to most observers. The new king would make decisions that seemed practical and wise, but which also happened to align with the long-term interests of the realm as understood by an intelligence with access to millennia of experience. Gradually, the idea would take hold that this ruler was blessed by the gods, guided by wisdom beyond normal human understanding. The concept of divine right would evolve from abstract doctrine to observable reality, but the plan carries inherent dangers that even Bloodraven may not fully appreciate. The merger of human consciousness with the weirwood network is irreversible and transformative. Bran Stark is already losing his humanity, becoming something more and less than human with each passing day. If Jon Snow were to undergo a similar transformation, he might gain immortal wisdom and mystical power, but at the cost of the very human qualities that make him a worthy ruler in the first place. There is also the question of consent and free will. Bloodraven's plan, however well-intentioned, represents a fundamental violation of human autonomy. He is manipulating people's lives and choices to serve his vision of the greater good, but he is doing so without their knowledge or agreement. The ruler he seeks to create would be, in essence, a puppet of an ancient will, no matter how wise or benevolent that will might be. The resistance to this plan is already beginning to manifest, though not in ways that Bloodraven may have anticipated. The return of the others represents more than just an existential threat. It may be a response to the growing influence of the weirwood network. If the original pact between the children and the first men included provisions about the balance of power between human and non-human intelligences, then Bloodraven's actions could be seen as a violation that justifies retaliation. Similarly, the resurgence of other forms of magic, dragons, shadow bindings, resurrection, prophecy, suggests that the world itself is responding to the growing dominance of any single mystical force. The Game of Thrones is becoming a game of gods, with different forms of power competing for dominance over the future of humanity. Ultimately, Bloodraven's silent war represents perhaps the most ambitious political conspiracy in human history. Nothing less than the transformation of human governance through the application of supernatural power. Whether this transformation would be beneficial or catastrophic remains to be seen, but one thing is certain. It would mark the end of one age and the beginning of another, a time when the line between ruler and god, between politics and magic, between human will and divine mandate would be permanently blurred. Theory 6, The Night of the Laughing Tree, Lyanna's rebellion before the rebellion. The Wolf Maid's first stand. Lyanna Stark was the mysterious Knight of the Laughing Tree at the tourney of Harrenhal, defending Howland Reed's honor. This act of defiance not only showcased her martial skill and rebellious spirit, but also crucially caught the attention of Rhaegar Targaryen, setting the stage for their fateful romance and the subsequent war. The tourney at Harrenhal stands as one of the most consequential gatherings in Westerosi history, a glittering spectacle that would ultimately serve as the catalyst for a war that would reshape the Seven Kingdoms. Yet among all the grand pageantry, the political maneuvering, and the displays of martial prowess, one mystery has endured through the decades: the identity of the Knight of the Laughing Tree, a small, skilled warrior who appeared for a single day, defended the honor of a Crannogman, and then vanished as mysteriously as they had arrived. The official accounts speak of a knight of modest stature, clad in ill-fitting armor that seemed cobbled together from multiple sources. Their shield bore the distinctive device of a white weirwood tree with a laughing red face, a symbol that spoke to the old gods and the ancient ways of the North. This mysterious warrior appeared when Howland Reed, the young Lord of Greywater, watch was set upon by 3 squires who mocked his Crannogman heritage and his small stature. The Knight of the Laughing Tree championed Reed's cause, defeating the squires' masters in the lists and demanding they chastise their charges for their discourtesy. But this knight was more than just a champion of the downtrodden. Their very existence represented an act of profound defiance against the established order, a challenge to the rigid social hierarchies that governed Westerosi society. Knights were supposed to be known quantities, highborn men who had earned their spurs. Through years of training and proven valor, the appearance of an anonymous warrior violated these conventions and made King Aerys II paranoid about hidden enemies and secret conspiracies. The most compelling candidate for this mysterious figure is Lyanna Stark, the Wolf Maid whose beauty and fierce spirit would soon captivate a prince and spark a rebellion. The evidence, while circumstantial, forms a compelling pattern that reveals not just the identity of the knight, but the deeper currents of character and destiny that would shape the realm's future. Lyanna had witnessed Howland Reed's humiliation firsthand. She had seen the Crannogman mocked and bullied, and she had intervened with characteristic fire, driving off the squires with a tourney sword. This moment reveals everything essential about her character: her instinctive defense of the weak, her disregard for social conventions when justice was at stake, and her willingness to take action when others would merely observe. The practical aspects of her assuming the knightly disguise become more plausible when examined closely. Lyanna was renowned for her riding skills. Ned Stark called her half a centaur for her ability with horses. In a world where horsemanship was the foundation of knightly combat, this skill would have been essential for anyone hoping to compete. In the lists, while she lacked formal training with lance and sword, the 3 knights she faced were not described as particularly formidable champions. They were masters to squires who bullied crannogmen, likely men of modest skill who could be defeated by superior riding ability and determination. The ill-fitting armor poses no insurmountable obstacle for a determined young woman with loyal family members. Benjen Stark, Lyanna's younger brother, would have been present at the tourney and could easily have helped procure the necessary equipment. As a member of a great house, Benjen would have had access to spare armor and weapons, and his loyalty to his sister was absolute. The mismatched nature of the armor actually supports this theory. It would have been assembled quickly from whatever pieces were available rather than fitted properly for its wearer. But beyond the practical considerations lies something far more significant: the symbolic weight of the laughing weirwood on the knight's shield. This was not a randomly chosen device, but a deliberate statement about identity and allegiance. The weirwood connected the knight to the old gods and the ancient ways of the North, while the laughing face suggested someone who found joy in defying convention and challenging authority. For Lyanna Stark, raised in the traditions of the old gods and possessed of the legendary wolf blood that marked her lineage, such a symbol would have been deeply meaningful. The gendered implications of this act cannot be overlooked. In assuming knightly disguise, Lyanna was not just protecting Howland Reed, she was asserting her own agency in a world that sought to limit women to passive roles. The very act of entering the lists as a mystery knight was a form of rebellion against the social constraints that would soon force her into an unwanted marriage with Robert Baratheon. She was proving to herself and to any who might discover her secret that she was capable of far more than the traditional roles of wife and mother. The timing of this revelation becomes crucial when considering its impact on Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. King Aerys, ever paranoid about threats to his reign, had commanded his son to unmask the Knight of the Laughing Tree. Rhaegar publicly reported finding only the knight's abandoned shield, but most observers believed he had discovered the knight's true identity. If that identity was Lyanna Stark, the encounter would have revealed aspects of her character that no formal introduction could have conveyed. Imagine the impact on the melancholy prince, a young woman of extraordinary beauty who possessed the courage to risk everything for a stranger's honor, the skill to best trained knights in combat, and the wit to vanish without claiming credit for her victory. This was not the pampered court beauty Rhaegar was accustomed to, but something far rarer and more compelling, a woman who combined physical beauty with moral courage and practical capability. The psychological profile revealed by the Knight of the Laughing Tree incident would have been irresistible to a man like Rhaegar. Here was someone who shared his own sense of duty and honor, but who expressed it through action rather than brooding contemplation. Where Rhaegar was trapped by his royal obligations and his obsession with prophecy, Lyanna had demonstrated the freedom to act according to her conscience regardless of social expectations. This encounter provides the missing emotional foundation for what would follow. When Rhaegar crowned Lyanna as the Queen of Love and Beauty, passing over his own wife in the process, he was not making a casual romantic gesture. He was acknowledging someone who had already proven herself worthy of the crown through deeds rather than birth. The blue winter roses he placed in her lap were not just tokens of affection, but symbols of recognition for a kindred spirit who had shown him what true nobility looked like. The tragic irony lies in how this moment of triumph and recognition sowed the seeds of disaster. Lyanna's act as the Knight of the Laughing Tree demonstrated all the qualities that would make her attractive to Rhaegar: her independence, her moral courage, her willingness to defy convention for the sake of justice. Yet these same qualities would ultimately lead to her downfall, as her relationship with the prince would be seen as betrayal and adultery rather than the meeting of two extraordinary souls. The political ramifications extend far beyond personal romance into the realm of prophecy and destiny. If Lyanna's actions as the Mystery Knight were what first attracted Rhaegar's attention, then her moment of anonymous heroism directly led to the birth of Jon Snow and all that would follow. The defense of a Crannogman's honor became the first link in a chain of events that would topple dynasties and reshape the world. The weirwood device on her shield takes on additional significance when viewed through the lens of prophecy. The laughing tree could be seen as a symbol of the old god's approval, a sign that Lyanna's actions were part of some greater design. In a world where prophecy and dream often guide the actions of kings and princes, such symbolism would not have been lost on someone like Rhaegar, who was already obsessed with fulfilling his destiny as the prince that was promised. Even the name given to the Mystery Knight carries layers of meaning. The Knight of the Laughing Tree suggests someone who finds joy in justice, who laughs in the face of oppression and convention. For Lyanna, trapped in a betrothal she despised and facing a future that offered little opportunity for the kind of action that defined her character, this brief moment of freedom and purpose must have been intoxicating. The lasting impact of this incident extends beyond its immediate consequences into the realm of legend and memory. Howland Reed, the man Lyanna defended, would go on to be one of the few survivors of the Tower of Joy, one of the handful of people who knew the truth about Jon Snow's parentage. His loyalty to the Stark family, his willingness to keep their secrets, and his role as a guardian of hidden truths can all be traced back to this moment when a young woman risked everything to defend his honor. In the end, the Knight of the Laughing Tree represents more than just another mystery from the tourney at Harrenhal. It represents Lyanna Stark's first and greatest rebellion, a moment when she stepped outside the constraints of her gender and station to become something unprecedented. A woman who could fight as fiercely as any man for the causes she believed in. That this moment of triumph would ultimately lead to tragedy does not diminish its significance. If anything, it makes it more poignant, a brief, shining moment of freedom before the forces of politics and prophecy closed in to claim her. Theory 7. Beneath the Ice and Stone. Winterfell's hidden dragon legacy. Fire beneath the snow, the crypts of Winterfell, ancient and vast, may hold more than just the bones of Stark kings. They could conceal dragon eggs, a legacy from Prince Jacaerys Velaryon's visit during the Dance of the Dragons. These eggs, preserved by the geothermal heat of the castle's hot springs, could be a crucial element in Jon Snow's discovery of his Targaryen heritage, or a future defense against the others. Deep beneath the ancient stones of Winterfell, where the bones of kings rest in endless rows and shadows, dance beyond the reach of torchlight, lies a secret that could redefine our understanding of both Stark and Targaryen legacy. The crypts of Winterfell are more than a tomb. They are a labyrinth of mystery that extends far deeper than most dare to venture, with levels that have collapsed and passages that have been sealed for centuries. But what if these dark depths conceal more than just the remains of long-dead lords? What if they harbor a secret that bridges the ancient divide between ice and fire? The foundation for this possibility lies in one of the most overlooked accounts from the Dance of the Dragons, that devastating civil war that tore House Targaryen apart and marked the beginning of the dragon's decline. According to the testimony of Mushroom, a source often dismissed by Meisters but occasionally proven accurate in its most outrageous claims, Prince Jacaerys Velaryon's dragon, Vermax, laid a clutch of eggs during his diplomatic mission to Winterfell. The account specifically states that these eggs were deposited in the depths of the crypts, where hot springs are near the walls. Archmaester Gildane, in his Fire and Blood, dismisses this claim as one of Mushroom's typical fabrications, designed to titillate rather than inform. But Gildane, for all his scholarly rigor, was not present at these events and relies heavily on sources that may have had their own reasons for suppressing or altering the truth. The Maesters, as we have seen, have their own complex relationship with magic and dragons, and the existence of dragon eggs in the north might be precisely the kind of information they would seek to obscure. The physical plausibility of Mushroom's account becomes more compelling when we consider the unique characteristics of Winterfell itself. The castle is built above natural hot springs that provide warmth throughout the year, creating a micro-environment that could theoretically sustain dragon eggs in their long dormancy. Dragon eggs, as we have learned from Daenerys' experience, can remain viable for centuries under the right conditions. The combination of geothermal heat and the mystical properties of Winterfell's ancient stones could provide exactly the kind of preservation necessary to keep such eggs alive, but dormant. The timing of Jacaerys' visit to Winterfell also aligns perfectly with the conditions necessary for such an event. He arrived during the early stages of the Dance of the Dragons, when dragons were still relatively common and their reproductive cycles were not yet disrupted by the coming chaos. Vermax was a young, healthy dragon at the peak of her fertility, and the stress of long-distance flight and unfamiliar surroundings might well have triggered an egg-laying response. But why would these eggs have been left in the crypts rather than taken back to Dragonstone? The answer may lie in the nature of dragon eggs themselves and the circumstances of Jacaerys' departure. Dragon eggs, when first laid, are soft and vulnerable, requiring time to harden into the stone-like shells that can survive transport. If Vermax laid her clutch shortly before Jacaerys was scheduled to depart, he may have had no choice but to leave them behind, trusting to the honor of House Stark to protect them until they could be safely retrieved. That retrieval never came. The Dance of the Dragons erupted into full-scale war, and Jacaerys himself was killed at the Battle of the Gullet before he could return to Winterfell. The knowledge of the egg's location died with him, and the chaos of the Civil War ensured that no one else would come looking for them. The Starks, if they knew of the egg's existence, would have had little reason to reveal their presence, and every reason to keep such a secret hidden. The symbolic implications of dragon eggs in the Stark crypts go far beyond mere historical curiosity. These depths, which house the remains of the Kings of Winter and the Lords of Winterfell, represent the very heart of Stark identity and northern tradition. The presence of dragon eggs in such a sacred space would create a literal and metaphorical bridge between ice and fire, between the ancient ways of the North and the Targaryen legacy of dragon lordship. For Jon Snow, whose true parentage embodies this same duality, the discovery of such eggs would serve as the ultimate confirmation of his identity. Here, in the deepest vaults of his supposed father's castle, he would find tangible proof of his Targaryen heritage. The eggs would be more than artifacts. They would be a birthright, a connection to the dragon-riding ancestors he never knew he had. Jon's recurring dreams of the crypts take on new significance when viewed through this lens. His subconscious pulled toward these depths. His sense of fear and anticipation about what he might find there could be the manifestation of his dragon blood calling to its own kind. The dreams are not just psychological echoes of his bastard status or his complicated relationship with Ned Stark's memory. They are mystical communications from dormant dragons calling to their potential rider. The practical implications of such a discovery would be staggering. Dragon eggs, even if they never hatch, are among the most valuable objects in the known world. They have been used to purchase entire armies, to forge alliances between kingdoms, to serve as the ultimate diplomatic gifts. The discovery of even a single egg would instantly transform Jon from a bastard of the Night's Watch into one of the most powerful individuals in Westeros. But the true value would lie not in their worth as commodities, but in their potential as weapons against the coming darkness. The others, creatures of ice and winter, have historically been vulnerable to fire in its most potent forms. Dragons represent the ultimate expression of fire magic, and their return could tip the balance in humanity's favor during the long night. Even if the eggs never hatch under normal circumstances, the desperate conditions of the war against the others might provide the catalyst necessary for their awakening. The method of hatching would likely require sacrifice, as we have seen with Daenerys's dragons. But Jon Snow has already experienced the ultimate sacrifice, his own death and resurrection. This transformation might have purified him in ways that would make him an ideal candidate for dragon magic. His king's blood, inherited from his Targaryen father, combined with his rebirth through fire and ice, could provide exactly the combination of elements necessary to wake dragons from stone. The location of the eggs within the crypts becomes crucial to understanding their preservation and discovery. The deepest levels of the crypts, where the hot springs run closest to the walls, would provide the consistent warmth necessary for long-term preservation. These are also the levels that have been most affected by time and neglect, with collapsed passages and sealed chambers that have not been explored for generations. The eggs could be hidden in areas that the current inhabitants of Winterfell don't even know exist. The involvement of Bran Stark in their eventual discovery seems almost inevitable. His connection to the Weirwood network and his ability to see through time could provide the key to locating the egg's exact position. Through his three-eyed sight, he might witness the original moment when Vermax laid her clutch, or see through the eyes of the ravens that have nested in the crypts for centuries. The union of ice magic and fire magic, represented by Bran and Jon working together, could be the force that finally awakens these ancient guardians. But the discovery of dragon eggs in Winterfell would have implications far beyond their immediate utility. It would force a fundamental re-evaluation of the relationship between House Stark and House Targaryen, revealing connections that go far deeper than the recent marriage between Rhaegar and Lyanna. The eggs would serve as proof that the ice and fire prophecies are not about conflict between opposing forces, but about the necessary union of complementary powers. The political ramifications would be equally profound. Jon's possession of dragon eggs would legitimize his claim to the Iron Throne in ways that mere parentage could not. Dragons choose their riders, and the fact that ancient eggs respond to his presence would be seen as a sign of divine approval. The symbolism of Targaryen dragons awakening in the heart of Winterfell would unite the North and South in ways that political alliances never could. Even the missing iron swords from the tombs of ancient Stark kings might be connected to this mystery. These weapons, which have disappeared over the centuries, might have been removed not by thieves, but by the Starks themselves, taken to serve as wards or guardians for the dragon eggs. Iron is known to have protective properties against various forms of magic, and the swords of dead kings would carry additional symbolic weight as guardians of House Stark's greatest secret. In the end, the theory of dragon eggs beneath Winterfell represents more than just hidden treasure. It represents the literal foundation of the prophecy that drives the entire narrative. The Song of Ice and Fire is not just a metaphor or a distant promise, but a reality sleeping in the darkness beneath the most ancient stronghold in the north, waiting for the right moment and the right person to wake it from its centuries-long slumber and bring it roaring back into the light. Theory 8. The Grand Northern Requiem. A conspiracy of vengeance and restoration. The North remembers and plans. Beyond Wyman Manderley's overt plotting, a wider, more covert Grand Northern conspiracy exists among various northern houses, Glovers, Mormonts, Umbers, Reeds, to avenge the Red Wedding, exterminate the Boltons and Freys, and ultimately restore a Stark to rule Winterfell, possibly by using Stannis Baratheon as a temporary tool. The Red Wedding was supposed to be the end of Northern resistance, a final, brutal stroke that would break the back of rebellion and secure the North for the Iron Throne. The betrayal at the Twins was designed to be so shocking, so complete, that it would drain the fight from every Northern lord and leave them too broken to ever challenge the crown again. But Tywin Lannister, for all his strategic brilliance, fundamentally misunderstood the nature of Northern loyalty and the depth of Northern memory. The Red Wedding didn't end the rebellion. It transformed it into something far more dangerous and patient. In the weeks and months following that night, of blood and broken guest rite, something began to stir in the cold halls of Northern castles. It was not the hot fury of immediate revenge, which might have led to rash action and certain destruction, but something far more deadly. The cold, calculating wrath of a people who understand that justice delayed is not justice denied, but justice made more terrible by the waiting. The most visible face of this resistance is Lord Wyman Manderley, the fat lord of White Harbor, whose apparent submission to the Boltons masks a heart burning with the need for vengeance. His famous "The North Remembers" speech, delivered with pastries filled with Frey blood, represents only the tip of an iceberg of conspiracy that runs far deeper than most observers realize. Manderley's plot to retrieve Rickon Stark from Skargos is not the desperate gambit of a single loyal lord, but part of a larger, more comprehensive plan that involves dozens of northern houses and hundreds of individual conspirators. The genius of this conspiracy lies in its decentralized nature. There is no single leader who can be captured and broken, no central meeting that can be discovered and disrupted. Instead, it operates more like a religion or a shared understanding, with each participant knowing their role while remaining largely ignorant of the greater design. This approach makes it nearly impossible to detect or counter, as even torture or execution of individual conspirators reveals only fragments of the larger plan. The surviving members of House Mormont exemplify this approach. Mage Mormont and her daughters, along with Galbart Glover, were sent by Robb Stark into the Neck before the Red Wedding, carrying with them something of immense importance, Robb's will and testament, which likely legitimizes Jon Snow as his heir and successor as king in the North. These documents didn't disappear into the marshes of the Neck by accident. They were delivered to the one man in the North who could be trusted to keep them safe until the time was right: Howland Reed. Howland Reed occupies a unique position in this conspiracy. As the only surviving witness to the events at the Tower of Joy, he possesses knowledge that could shake the foundations of the Seven Kingdoms. But more than that, he commands the loyalty of the Crannogmen, the most effective guerrilla fighters in Westeros. His Crannog, hidden deep in the swamps of the Neck, serves as the perfect headquarters for a resistance movement, completely inaccessible to conventional armies and protected by men who know every secret path through the marshes. Reed's role extends beyond mere safekeeping of documents. They serve as the communication network for the conspiracy, using their ancient knowledge of the Neck's waterways to move messages and people throughout the North without detection. Ravens can be shot down, Meisters can be bought or threatened, but a Crannog man in a boat can move through the Neck like a ghost, carrying word from White Harbor to the Wall without ever being seen by enemy forces. The Umbers present a more complex case study in the conspiracy's methods. Officially split between those who support the Boltons and those who support Stannis Baratheon, the reality is likely far more nuanced. The great John Umber remains a prisoner in the south, but his sons, Smalljon and Horsebane, have positioned themselves on different sides of the conflict, not out of family division, but as a calculated hedge against uncertainty. Whichever side ultimately prevails, the Umbers will be able to claim they supported the winner, while secretly working to ensure that the winner is the one they actually favor. This strategy of appearing divided while maintaining secret unity is replicated throughout the conspiracy. The Glovers officially serve the Boltons, but drag their feet in providing meaningful support. The mountain clans rally to Stannis, but make it clear their true loyalty lies with the Starks. Lesser houses and individual knights position themselves carefully, ready to reveal their true allegiances when the moment is right. The conspiracy's patience is perhaps its greatest strength. Rather than rushing into premature action that might fail, they have been willing to wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. The arrival of Stannis Baratheon in the north provides exactly the catalyst they have been waiting for. Not because they particularly want Stannis as their king, but because his presence offers them the opportunity to eliminate their enemies while maintaining plausible deniability. The plan, as it appears to be unfolding, uses Stannis as an unwitting tool to destroy the Boltons, while positioning northern forces to benefit from the chaos. When Stannis attacks Winterfell, the northern forces supposedly supporting the Boltons will reveal their true loyalties at the crucial moment, turning what should be a siege into a massacre. The Boltons and their southern allies will be trapped and destroyed, while the northern conspirators can claim they were merely responding to changing circumstances rather than engaging in premeditated betrayal. But the conspiracy's goals extend beyond mere revenge against the Boltons. The systematic destruction of House Frey, both in the north and the Riverlands, appears to be part of a coordinated campaign. The mysterious deaths of Freys throughout the realm, often attributed to random banditry or personal feuds, show signs of careful planning and execution. The Brotherhood Without Banners, now led by the resurrected Catelyn Stark as Lady Stoneheart, serves as the southern arm of this campaign, methodically hunting down and executing those responsible for the Red Wedding. Lady Stoneheart herself represents the conspiracy's most terrifying aspect, the transformation of northern honor into northern vengeance. The woman who once preached mercy and forgiveness has become an avatar of implacable justice, interested only in seeing the guilty punished regardless of the cost. Her undead state makes her nearly impossible to kill and completely immune to the threats and bribes that might sway a living person. She is the perfect instrument of revenge, freed from the moral constraints that might limit the conspiracy's effectiveness. The question of succession lies at the heart of the conspiracy's ultimate goals. While the immediate objective is the destruction of the Boltons and Freys, the longer-term goal is the restoration of Stark rule in the north. The conspirators have multiple candidates available, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. Rickon Stark, if successfully retrieved from Skagos, would provide the most straightforward claim as Ned Stark's last surviving son. But his youth and the wild reputation of Skagos make him a risky choice for immediate leadership. Jon Snow presents a more compelling option, especially if Robb's will legitimizing him can be produced at the right moment. His experience as Lord Commander of the Night's Watch has proven his leadership abilities, while his bastard birth actually makes him more accessible to common soldiers and minor nobles who might feel excluded by the traditional hierarchy. His apparent death and resurrection would only add to his mystique, particularly among Northerners who believe in the old gods and their power over life and death. The conspiracy's approach to Jon Snow appears to be particularly sophisticated. Rather than simply proclaiming him king and expecting the realm to accept it, they seem to be engineering circumstances that will make his rise appear natural and inevitable. His resurrection from the dead provides the kind of miraculous legitimacy that trumps legal technicalities. His role in defending the realm against the others gives him the heroic narrative necessary for a mythic king. And his mixed heritage, northern bastard and secret Targaryen prince, positions him to unite the various factions that might otherwise oppose each other. The timing of various revelations and discoveries suggests careful orchestration by the conspiracy. Sam Tarly's journey to Old Town with news of the others' return, the arrival of various key players at crucial moments, the strategic positioning of forces throughout the north, all of it shows signs of coordination that goes beyond mere coincidence. The conspirators are not just reacting to events, they are shaping them. The religious dimension of the conspiracy cannot be overlooked. The North has always been different from the South in its adherence to the old gods rather than the seven. This religious distinction has become more pronounced in the wake of the Red Wedding, with many Northerners viewing the conflict not just as political resistance, but as a holy war between the old ways and the new corruption from the South. The weirwood trees scattered throughout the North serve as both religious centers and communication networks, allowing messages and coordination that bypass traditional channels entirely. The conspiracy's international dimensions are equally intriguing. The Iron Bank of Braavos, having been stiffed on their loans by the Iron Throne, has a vested interest in seeing regime change in Westeros. Their support for Stannis Baratheon may be publicly known, but their private communications with Northern Lords could be providing crucial financial and logistical support for the conspiracy. The Faceless Men, with their own mysterious agenda, may also be playing a role in eliminating key targets at crucial moments. The psychological warfare being conducted by the conspiracy is perhaps its most subtle but effective weapon. The constant uncertainty about loyalties, the fear that any ally might be a secret enemy, the gradual realization that the Red Wedding's perpetrators are being systematically hunted down, all of this creates an atmosphere of paranoia and dread that weakens their enemy's morale and decision-making ability. Roose Bolton's increasingly cautious behavior and his apparent awareness that his position is precarious show that this campaign is having its intended effect. The conspiracy's success would have implications far beyond the North itself. A successful Northern rebellion that manages to eliminate the Boltons and Freys while restoring Stark rule would demonstrate that even the most carefully planned atrocities can have consequences. It would serve as a warning to other would-be tyrants that guest right and traditional loyalties still matter, that some betrayals are too profound to be forgiven or forgotten. More broadly, the Grand Northern Conspiracy represents a fundamentally different approach to political resistance than anything seen elsewhere in Westeros. Rather than relying on individual heroics or grand gestures, it demonstrates the power of collective action, patient planning, and coordinated effort. It shows that even when traditional power structures are destroyed, alternative networks can emerge to carry on the fight. The conspiracy's ultimate success or failure will likely determine not just the fate of the North, but the shape of whatever political order emerges from the chaos of the War of the Five Kings. If it succeeds, it will prove that decentralized resistance can overcome centralized oppression, that the old ways of honor and loyalty can survive, in a world increasingly defined by treachery and pragmatism. If it fails, it will mark the final triumph of the new order represented by men like Tywin Lannister and Roose Bolton, where power comes from fear rather than love, and where betrayal is just another tool of statecraft. But based on the evidence available, the conspiracy appears to be succeeding beyond even its architects' wildest hopes. The North is remembering, and more than that, it is acting on those memories with a patience and precision that would make the spider himself envious. The Red Wedding may have been intended as the North's funeral, but it is instead proving to be its rebirth, cold, calculating, and utterly implacable in its pursuit of justice. Theory 9. Beneath the Ice and Stone, Winterfell's hidden dragon legacy, the crypt's greatest secret. The ancient crypts of Winterfell may hold more than just the bones of Stark kings. They could conceal dragon eggs left by Prince Jacaerys Velaryon during the Dance of Dragons. These eggs, preserved by geothermal heat, could be crucial to Jon Snow's Targaryen heritage and the fight against the others. The crypts of Winterfell stretch deep beneath the ancient castle, far deeper than most living souls have ever ventured. These stone corridors, carved from the living rock by the first kings of winter, house the bones of generations of Stark lords in their eternal slumber. But the deeper levels, where shadows gather thick as winter cloaks and the very air seems heavy with the weight of ages, may hold secrets that go far beyond the honored dead. In the deepest vaults, where the hot springs run closest to the ancient stones, something may be waiting, something that could bridge the divide between ice and fire, between the legacy of the wolves and the blood of dragons. The foundation for this possibility lies buried in the chaotic records of the Dance of Dragons, that civil war which tore House Targaryen apart and marked the beginning of the end for dragonkind. Among the various accounts of that bloody conflict, one source stands out for its outrageous claims and occasional startling accuracy: the testimony of Mushroom. This court fool, dismissed by serious historians but proven right about enough details to warrant attention, recorded that Prince Jacaerys Velaryon's dragon, Vermax, laid eggs during his diplomatic mission to Winterfell. According to Mushroom's testimony, these eggs were deposited in the depths of the crypts, where hot springs are near the walls. The account is specific enough to suggest genuine knowledge, yet outrageous enough to be dismissed by later chroniclers. Archmeister Gildane, in his comprehensive Fire and Blood, treats this claim as one of Mushroom's typical fabrications, designed more to entertain than inform. But Gildane, for all his scholarly credentials, was not present at these events and relies on sources that may have had compelling reasons to suppress such information. The Maesters of the Citadel, as we have reason to suspect, have their own complex agenda regarding magic and dragons. The existence of dragon eggs in the north, particularly in the heart of Winterfell itself, would represent exactly the kind of magical legacy they might seek to obscure or eliminate. If such eggs existed and their location was known, they would pose a constant threat to the Maester's vision of a world governed by reason rather than sorcery. But the physical plausibility of Mushroom's account becomes compelling when we examine the unique characteristics of Winterfell itself. The castle is built over natural hot springs that have warmed its halls for thousands of years, creating a geothermal environment that could theoretically sustain dragon eggs in their dormant state. Dragon eggs, as Daenerys Targaryen's experience has shown us, can remain viable for centuries under the right conditions, waiting for the proper catalyst to awaken the life within. The geological structure of Winterfell would provide ideal conditions for long-term preservation. The hot springs maintain a constant temperature that would prevent the eggs from freezing during the harsh northern winters, while the ancient stones of the crypts would provide protection from the surface elements. The combination of steady heat and mystical protection could create a perfect incubation environment, keeping the eggs alive but dormant through the long centuries. The timing of Jacaerys' visit to Winterfell aligns perfectly with the biological requirements for such an event. He arrived during the early stages of the Dance of Dragons, when dragons were still numerous and their reproductive cycles had not yet been disrupted by the coming chaos. Vermax was a young, healthy female dragon at the peak of her fertility, and the stress of the long flight north combined with the unfamiliar surroundings might well have triggered an unexpected laying cycle. Dragon reproduction remains one of the great mysteries of the known world, but the few accounts we have suggest that the creatures are influenced by emotional and environmental factors in ways that mere animals are not. Vermax's journey to Winterfell would have been her first extended flight away from Dragonstone, her first exposure to the ancient magics of the North, and her first encounter with the mystical emanations of the weirwood trees. Such novel experiences might well have awakened reproductive instincts that would normally remain dormant. The question of why these eggs would have been left behind rather than taken back to Dragonstone has a practical answer rooted in dragon biology. Newly laid dragon eggs are initially soft and vulnerable, requiring time to develop the stone-hard shells that make them transportable. If Vermax laid her clutch shortly before Jacaerys was scheduled to depart Winterfell, he would have faced an impossible choice: attempt to transport fragile eggs that might not survive the journey, or trust to the honor of House Stark to protect them until they could be safely retrieved. The decision to leave them in the crypts would have made perfect sense from multiple perspectives. The crypts were sacred ground, protected by ancient laws and traditions that made them inviolate. The Starks had proven themselves honorable allies who could be trusted with such precious secrets, and the geothermal environment would provide the warmth necessary for proper development while keeping the eggs hidden from potential enemies or thieves. But that retrieval never came. Jacaerys died at the Battle of the Gullet before he could return to the north, and the secret of the eggs' location died with him. The Dance of Dragons erupted into full-scale civil war, with dragons dying by the dozens, and the survivors too concerned with immediate survival to worry about hidden clutches in distant castles. By the time the war ended, most of those who might have known about the eggs were dead, and the few survivors had more pressing concerns than a possibly apocryphal clutch in Winterfell's depths. The Starks, if they knew of the eggs' existence, would have had every reason to keep such knowledge secret. Dragon eggs were beyond valuable. They were objects of immense political significance that could destabilize kingdoms and start wars. Revealing their possession of such treasures would have made Winterfell a target for every ambitious lord in Westeros. Better to keep the secret and wait for a time when the eggs might serve a greater purpose. The symbolic implications of dragon eggs hidden in the Stark crypts go far beyond mere historical curiosity. These depths represent the very heart of Northern identity, the sacred space where the kings of winter rest, with iron swords across their laps, watching over their descendants through eternity. The presence of dragon eggs in such a place would create a literal bridge between ice and fire, between the ancient legacy of the North and the Targaryen tradition of dragon mastery. For Jon Snow, whose entire identity is built around this same duality, the discovery of such eggs would serve as the ultimate confirmation of his true heritage. Here, in the deepest vaults of the castle he called home, he would find tangible proof of his Targaryen blood. The eggs would be more than artifacts. They would be a birthright he never knew he possessed, a connection to the dragon-riding ancestors he never knew he had. Jon's recurring dreams of the crypts take on profound new meaning when viewed through this lens. His subconscious pulled toward these depths, his sense of fear and anticipation about what he might find there could be the manifestation of his dragon blood responding to the presence of its own kind. The dreams are not just psychological manifestations of his bastard status or his complicated relationship with his supposed father's memory. They are mystical communications from dormant dragons calling to their potential rider. The practical Implications of such a discovery would be staggering in their scope. Dragon eggs, even if they never hatch, represent the ultimate expression of value in the known world. They have been used to purchase entire armies, to forge alliances between distant kingdoms, to serve as the ultimate diplomatic gifts between rulers. The discovery of even a single viable egg would instantly transform Jon from a bastard Lord Commander into one of the most powerful individuals in Westeros. But the true significance would lie not in their monetary worth, but in their potential as weapons against the existential threat facing humanity. The others, those ancient enemies of all life, have historically been vulnerable to fire in its most potent forms. Dragons represent the ultimate expression of fire magic, creatures whose very breath can melt ice and whose presence radiates the kind of heat that sends the others fleeing back to the depths of winter. The method of awakening these ancient eggs would likely require the same kind of sacrifice that Daenerys used to hatch her own dragons. But Jon Snow has already undergone the ultimate sacrifice, his own death and resurrection at the hands of his sworn brothers. This transformation, this passage through death and back to life, might have purified and prepared him in ways that would make him the ideal catalyst for dragon magic. His royal blood, inherited from his Targaryen father, combined with his rebirth, through the mystical forces of ice and fire, could provide exactly the combination of elements necessary to wake dragons from stone. The sacrifice would not be of others, but of himself. He has already died for his principles, already proven his willingness to give everything for the greater good. The eggs might respond to this demonstrated worthiness in ways that they would not for someone who had never faced such trials. The location of the eggs within the crypts becomes crucial to understanding both their preservation and their eventual discovery. The deepest levels, where the hot springs run closest to the walls, would provide the consistent warmth necessary for long-term preservation, while also being the areas most affected by time and neglect. These are the levels with collapsed passages and sealed chambers that have not been explored for generations. The forgotten corners of Winterfell's depths, where ancient secrets might slumber undisturbed. Bran Stark's role in their eventual discovery seems almost inevitable, given his unique abilities. His connection to the Weirwood network and his power to see through time could provide the key to locating the egg's exact position. Through his three-eyed sight, he might witness the original moment when Vermax laid her clutch, or observe through the eyes of the ravens that have nested in the crypts for centuries. The union of ice magic and fire magic, represented by Bran and Jon working together, could be the catalyst that finally awakens these ancient guardians. But the discovery of dragon eggs in Winterfell would have implications that extend far beyond their immediate utility in the coming war. It would force a fundamental re-evaluation of the relationship between House Stark and House Targaryen, revealing connections that go deeper than the recent marriage between Rhaegar and Lyanna. The eggs would serve as proof that the ice and fire prophecies are not about conflict between opposing forces, but about the necessary union of complementary powers. The political ramifications would be equally profound and far-reaching. Jon's possession of dragon eggs would legitimize his claim to the Iron Throne in ways that mere parentage could never accomplish. Dragons choose their riders, and the fact that ancient eggs respond to his presence would be seen throughout the realm as a sign of divine approval. The symbolism of Targaryen dragons awakening in the heart of Winterfell would unite the North and South in ways that political alliances and military conquest never could. Even the mystery of the missing iron swords from the tombs of ancient Stark kings might be connected to this greater secret. These weapons, which have disappeared over the centuries, might have been removed not by common thieves seeking to profit from grave robbery, but by the Starks themselves, taken to serve as wards or guardians for the dragon eggs. Iron has well-documented protective properties against various forms of magic, and the swords of dead kings would carry additional symbolic weight as guardians of House Stark's greatest secret. The thermal properties of the crypts, which have long puzzled visitors to Winterfell, might be explained not just by natural hot springs, but by the presence of dormant dragons. Dragon eggs are known to generate their own heat as they develop, and a clutch of eggs hidden for centuries might contribute to the unusual warmth that permeates the deepest levels of the crypts. The very stones might have absorbed and retained this draconic heat over the generations, creating the mysterious warm spots and air currents that have been noted by various observers. In the broader context of prophecy and destiny that drives the entire narrative, the theory of dragon eggs beneath Winterfell represents more than just hidden treasure or secret weapons. It represents the literal foundation of the Song of Ice and Fire itself, the physical manifestation of the union between opposing forces that must come together to face the darkness. The eggs are not just symbols or metaphors, but actual, tangible bridges between the mystical traditions of the North and South, waiting in the darkness beneath the most ancient stronghold in Westeros for the right moment and the right person to wake them from their centuries-long slumber and bring them roaring back into the light of day. The discovery and awakening of these dragons would mark not just a turning point in the war against the others, but a fundamental transformation in the nature of Westerosi civilization itself. It would herald the return of magic to a world that had largely forgotten its power, the restoration of ancient bonds between human and dragon that had been severed by war and time. Most importantly, it would provide Jon Snow with the tools necessary not just to reclaim his birthright, but to fulfill the deeper destiny that his mixed heritage represents, to be the bridge between ice and fire, the prince who was promised, the song made flesh. Theory 10. The Night's King's True Face, a Stark Pact with Winter. The Forgotten Alliance. The legendary Night's King was not a simple monster, but a Stark, possibly named Brandon, who formed a pact with the others by marrying an other woman, not out of pure evil, but perhaps as a desperate measure to end the long night or establish balance. The atrocities ascribed to him might be revisionist history written by those who broke the pact. In the frozen wastes beyond the wall, where the wind carries whispers of ancient horrors and the very ground is stained with the memory of unimaginable. In conflicts stands a fortress that has become synonymous with dread, the Night Fort. This massive, crumbling castle, abandoned for centuries but still radiating an aura of malevolent power, was once the seat of the most feared figure in Northern legend, the Night's King. But what if everything we think we know about this mythical figure is wrong? What if the monster of legend was actually a hero whose name was deliberately blackened by those who betrayed him? The traditional tale of the Night's King paints him as the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, a man who fell under the spell of a woman with skin like ice and eyes like blue stars. According to the stories passed down through generations, he took this creature as his bride and made her his queen, binding his sworn brothers to his will through sorcery and ruling from the Night Fort for 13 terrible years. During this reign, he supposedly committed unspeakable atrocities, making sacrifices to the others and turning the Night's Watch from protectors of humanity into servants of the ancient enemy. But this version of events, horrific as it sounds, may be nothing more than propaganda crafted by the victors to justify their actions. The deeper truth, preserved in fragments and hints scattered throughout Northern lore, suggests a far more complex and tragic narrative, one that transforms the Night's King from a fallen villain into a misunderstood hero whose greatest crime was attempting to save humanity through means his successors could not or would not understand. The key to unraveling this mystery lies in the details preserved by Old Nan, that ancient keeper of northern memory whose stories often contain kernels of truth buried beneath layers of folklore. According to her tales, the Night's King was not just any Lord Commander, but a Stark, brother to the very king in the north who would eventually bring him down. More specifically, she suggests his name might have been Brandon, and that his brother who defeated him was Brandon the Breaker, the King of Winter, who led the combined forces of the North and the Free Folk against the Night Fort. This familial connection transforms the entire narrative from a simple tale of corruption and redemption into something far more complex, a civil war within House Stark itself, brother against brother, with fundamental disagreements about how to deal with the existential threat posed by the others. The Night's King wasn't a corrupted outsider who needed to be stopped. He was a Stark who had chosen a different path, one that his family ultimately rejected with terrible consequences. To understand why a Stark might make such a choice, we must consider the context of the Long Night itself. This was not merely a harsh winter or a temporary setback for human civilization. It was an apocalyptic event that lasted for generations, a time when the sun disappeared from the sky and the very survival of humanity hung in the balance. Traditional methods of warfare had proven inadequate against the others. Armies froze and died, fortifications crumbled before supernatural cold, and the forces of winter seemed limitless and inexorable. In such desperate circumstances, what would a responsible leader do? The Night's King may have concluded that the only way to save humanity was to negotiate with the enemy, to find some form of accommodation that would allow both species to coexist rather than fight to mutual extinction. His marriage to the other woman would not have been a betrayal of humanity, but the ultimate sacrifice, binding himself personally to the enemy in order to forge a peace that could preserve both sides. The sacrifices attributed to his reign take on an entirely different character when viewed through this lens. Rather than acts of evil or corruption, they might have been the grim but necessary components of a treaty between humanity and the others. The practice bears striking similarities to Craster's offerings to the cold gods, giving male children to the others in exchange for protection and peaceful coexistence. What we interpret as horrific sacrifices might have been the price of peace, a regular tribute that prevented wholesale slaughter and allowed human civilization to survive the long night. The 13 years of the Night's King's rule would then represent not a period of tyranny and horror, but a time of uneasy but effective peace. The Long Night was finally ending, not through military victory, but through diplomatic accommodation. Humanity was learning to coexist with the others, finding ways to share the world rather than fight over it. The Night's Watch was transforming from a military organization into something more like a diplomatic corps, maintaining the delicate balance between the realms of ice and fire. But this peace came with costs that many found unacceptable. The sacrifices required by the treaty, the loss of human autonomy, the very idea of treating with inhuman enemies. All of this would have been anathema to those who believed in absolute human supremacy. The Night's King's own brother, Brandon the Breaker, may have led the faction that refused to accept any accommodation with the others, preferring the risk of total war to the certainty of perpetual tribute. The alliance between Brandon the Breaker and Joramun, the King Beyond the Wall, becomes particularly significant when viewed through this interpretation. These two leaders, who should have been natural enemies given their people's traditional conflicts, united against a common foe, not the others, but the peace treaty their kinsmen had negotiated. Their joint assault on the Night Fort was not a heroic rescue of humanity from supernatural tyranny, but a deliberate act of treaty breaking that would have catastrophic long-term consequences. The immediate aftermath of the Night's King's defeat supports this interpretation. Rather than being celebrated as a great victory, his overthrow was followed by a systematic campaign to erase his name and vilify his memory. If he had truly been a corrupted monster, there would have been no need for such extensive propaganda efforts. The fact that his very name was deliberately forgotten suggests that the victors understood they had done something that required justification and concealment. The breaking of the pact would explain much about the others' subsequent behavior. Their retreat into the far north was not a defeat, but a strategic withdrawal, a recognition that the humans could not be trusted to honor their agreements. The construction of the wall, traditionally seen as a defensive measure against future other attacks, might actually have been a border fortification designed to contain the consequences of the broken treaty. A massive ice barrier that would prevent the others from seeking immediate revenge while giving humanity time to prepare for the inevitable reckoning. This interpretation casts the Stark motto, "Winter is coming," in an entirely new light. Rather than a simple observation about seasonal cycles, it becomes a solemn reminder of unfinished business, a warning that the consequences of Brandon the Breaker's actions would eventually come due. The tradition that there must always be a Stark in Winterfell might not be about maintaining northern unity or honoring ancient customs, but about ensuring that House Stark never forgets its obligations to a treaty that was broken but never formally renounced. The current return of the others, viewed through this lens, represents not an unprovoked invasion, but the resumption of a conflict that was merely suspended, not resolved. The Night's King's sacrifice and the peace he negotiated were thrown away by those who came after him. And now humanity faces the full fury of enemies who have had thousands of years to prepare for the resumption of hostilities. The savage others of current legend might be driven by entirely justified anger at human treachery rather than inherent malevolence. Jon Snow's unique position in this scenario becomes even more significant. As a Stark bastard who has risen to command the Night's Watch, he occupies a position remarkably similar to that of his ancient predecessor. Like the Night's King, he faces an existential threat that cannot be defeated through conventional military means. Like the Night's King, he may need to make alliances that his followers find unacceptable. And like the Night's King, he may discover that sometimes the greatest service to humanity requires actions that humanity itself will never forgive. Parallel extends to questions of sacrifice and compromise. Jon has already shown a willingness to work with traditional enemies, the free folk, in pursuit of the greater good, despite the outrage this causes among his own men. His assassination by members of the Night's Watch mirrors the Night's King's overthrow by his own brother, suggesting that history may be repeating itself in the most tragic possible way. The choice between necessary compromise and absolute principle remains as relevant now as it was during the Long Night. The religious dimensions of this theory add another layer of complexity to the narrative. The old gods, with their emphasis on balance and natural cycles, might have approved of the Night's King's approach. The marriage between ice and fire, between human and other, could be seen as a restoration of cosmic balance rather than an abomination. The heart trees, with their carved faces that seem to watch and judge, might have witnessed the original pact and continued to remember it even after human memory failed. The wall itself becomes a more ambiguous symbol when viewed through this interpretation. Rather than a pure defensive fortification, it might serve multiple purposes, protecting the south from northern threats, but also protecting the north from southern expansion. The magical protections built into its structure could be designed as much to contain human ambition as to repel other invasion. The Night's Watch, in their role as guardians of the wall, might be unknowingly maintaining a monument to broken faith rather than successful defense. The broader implications for the current conflict are staggering. if the others were once willing, to negotiate if they once honored a treaty for 13 years, then they are not the implacable enemies of all life that current propaganda suggests. They are intelligent beings with their own culture, their own values, and their own reasons for their actions. The possibility of a new accommodation, a new treaty, remains theoretically open, but only if humanity can acknowledge its past betrayals and approach the others with something other than fear and hatred. The Night's King's legacy, properly understood, might not be one of corruption and evil, but of sacrifice and vision. He saw a path to peace that others could not accept, and he paid the ultimate price for his attempt to forge a better world. His story serves as both inspiration and warning, that sometimes the greatest heroes are those who are remembered as villains, and that the most necessary actions are often those that future generations will never be able to forgive or understand. In the end, the truth about the Night's King may be the key to resolving the current crisis. If Jon Snow can learn from his predecessor's example, both his successes and his failures, he might find a way to end the conflict that doesn't require the complete destruction of either side. But that would require acknowledging uncomfortable truths about human nature, about the costs of peace, and about the sometimes terrible price of doing what is right rather than what is popular. The Night's King's greatest tragedy may be that he was a man ahead of his time, attempting to build bridges in an age that demanded walls, seeking compromise in a world that preferred conquest. His story reminds us that history is written by the victors, but that doesn't make their version of events true or just. Sometimes the monsters of legend are simply people who dared to imagine a different kind of world and paid the price for their vision. Theory 11. Patchface's drowned prophecies, a messenger from the deep gods. The fool's terrible wisdom. Patchface, Shireen Baratheon's fool, is not merely mad from his near drowning. He is a conduit for prophecies from a powerful, possibly eldritch, underwater entity, perhaps the drowned god or something older. His nonsensical rhymes are fragmented visions of past dooms and future horrors, particularly concerning the sea and its denizens. In the cold halls of Dragonstone, where the carved dragons seem to writhe in the shadows cast by flickering torches, a figure dances through the corridors with bells upon his motley and madness in his eyes. Patchface, fool to Princess Shireen Baratheon, appears to most observers as nothing more than a tragic reminder of the sea's cruelty. A once clever slave boy whose mind was shattered by drowning, leaving behind only fragments of wit and an endless stream of apparently meaningless rhymes. But those who listen carefully to his songs, who pay attention to the eerie accuracy of his seemingly random prophecies, might begin to suspect that his madness is not the absence of wisdom, but its most terrible presence. The story of Patchface's transformation begins with tragedy that reads like something from the deepest myths of the drowned lands. Once, he was a nimble and clever boy from Volantis, talented enough to earn his place as a performer in the retinue of Lord Steffon Baratheon. His quick wit and acrobatic skills made him a favorite at court, particularly with young Stannis and Robert, who found in him the kind of light-hearted entertainment their stern father rarely provided. He was, by all accounts, a normal, if gifted, child whose greatest talent was making people laugh. Everything changed on the return voyage from Volantis, when Lord Steffon's ship foundered in the narrow sea during a storm that seemed to come from nowhere. The Windproud was dashed to pieces on the rocks of Shipbreaker Bay, within sight of Storm's End, but impossibly far from safety. Lord Steffon and his wife were lost to the waves, along with most of their retinue, but Patchface, the fool, somehow survived what should have been certain death, washing ashore 3 days later in a state that defied both medical understanding and natural law. When they found him on the beach, his skin was mottled blue and white, cold as ice despite the temperate weather. He showed no signs of breathing, no heartbeat, no pulse. By every measure that mattered, he was dead. Yet when they pulled him from the water and began to prepare his body for burial, he suddenly convulsed, vomiting up seawater in great gouts, and returned to a form of life that bore little resemblance to what he had been before. The clever boy was gone, replaced by something that spoke in riddles and danced to music only he could hear. But the most unsettling aspect of his transformation was not the obvious madness, but the subtle prophetic accuracy that began to manifest. In his seemingly random utterances, his songs, which appeared to be nothing more than nonsensical rhymes about underwater kingdoms and mermaids, began to contain fragments of genuine foresight. He spoke of shadows dancing before Renly Baratheons, death, of crowns sinking into the sea, of dragons awakening in the east. Those who paid attention realized that the fool's madness might be a form of terrible sanity, the sanity of someone who has seen too much truth to bear. The content of Patchface's songs provides crucial clues to the nature of his transformation and the source of his prophetic abilities. The vast majority of his utterances begin with the haunting refrain, "Under the sea," followed by descriptions of an underwater realm that operates according to completely different rules from the world above. In this drowned kingdom, he tells us, the mermaids wear anemones in their hair, and it is always summer. These are not the random fantasies of a damaged mind, but consistent descriptions of an alternate reality that he claims to have witnessed during his time beneath the waves. The theological implications of these visions are staggering when considered in the context of known religious traditions. The Ironborn worship the drowned god, a deity of the depths, who promises that what is dead may never die, but rises again, harder and stronger. Patchface's resurrection from apparent death, his transformation from a normal boy into something other than human, mirrors the religious experiences described by the Ironborn priests who undergo ritual drowning to commune with their god. But where the priests emerge with renewed faith and dedication to their harsh deity, Patchface returned with something far more alien and terrifying. The nature of the entity that speaks through Patchface becomes a matter of crucial importance when analyzing his prophecies. While the drowned god of the Ironborn is a harsh deity, he is still recognizably connected to human concerns and mortal understanding. But the consciousness that manifests through Patchface's broken mind seems to operate on a completely different scale, speaking of cosmic events and underwater civilizations that have no place in traditional Westerosi theology. This suggests that during his time beneath the waves, the boy encountered something far older and more alien than any god worshipped by human beings. The precision of Patchface's prophecies cannot be dismissed as coincidence or selective interpretation. His prediction of Renly Baratheon's death, "The shadows come to dance, my lord. Dance, my lord, dance, my lord," came to pass with horrifying accuracy when Melisandre's shadow assassin struck down the would-be king. His references to crowns and kings beneath the sea proved prophetic when various claimants to the Iron Throne met their deaths by drowning or in sea battles. His songs about dragons awakening in distant lands preceded any news of Daenerys Targaryen's return to the world stage. But perhaps most unsettling are his prophecies that have yet to be fulfilled, particularly those that speak of future catastrophes involving the sea itself. His songs about smoke rising in bubbles and flames burning green and blue and black beneath the waves could be describing volcanic activity, magical disasters, or something even more alien. Given the accuracy of his past predictions, these future visions cannot be dismissed as harmless rambling. They may be warnings of catastrophes yet to come. The geographic scope of Patchface's knowledge provides another clue to the nature of his supernatural patron. His songs reference events and locations across the known world, from the ice walls of the far north to the tropical seas of the Summer Isles. This global perspective suggests that whatever entity speaks through him has access to information, networks that span the oceans of the world, possibly through underwater civilizations or mystical connections that transcend normal spatial limitations. The linguistic patterns in Patchface's speech offer additional insights into his condition. While his surface meaning is often nonsensical, his rhythm and meter remain remarkably consistent, suggesting that his prophecies are not random brain damage, but structured communications from an external source. The repetitive nature of his refrains, particularly the constant references to underwater kingdoms, indicates that he is serving as a conduit for information rather than generating it from his own damaged psyche. The psychological mechanics of his transformation raise disturbing questions about the nature of consciousness and identity. The boy who returned from the sea retains some memories and capabilities from his former life, but these are now filtered through an alien perspective that renders them almost unrecognizable. This suggests that rather than simply possessing him, the underwater entity has performed a more subtle form of mental merger, creating a hybrid consciousness that is neither fully human nor fully other. The implications for other characters who have experienced similar near-death encounters become significant when viewed through this lens. Theon Greyjoy's drowning and resurrection, Davos Seaworth's survival of the Blackwater, and various other instances of characters surviving impossible odds at sea might all represent potential moments of contact with the same entities that transformed Patchface. The difference might lie in the duration of contact, the receptivity of the individual, or the specific intentions of the underwater powers involved. The broader mythological context suggests connections to ancient legends about deep ones, sea, peoples, and underwater civilizations that appear in various forms throughout the folklore of Planetos. The oily black stones found in locations like Yin and Ashai, the mysterious origins of the Sea Stone Chair, and the legends of the Deep Ones all point to the existence of non-human intelligences that predate current human civilization. Patchface's visions might be providing glimpses into this hidden world, revealing the continued existence and activities of beings that most of the surface world has forgotten. The environmental implications of his prophecies are particularly ominous when considered in the context of current global conflicts. His references to the sea rising, to underwater kingdoms stirring to life, and to ancient powers awakening could be describing responses to the magical chaos that is spreading across the known world. The return of dragons, the resurgence of the others, and the general increase in supernatural activity might be triggering corresponding reactions from the deep powers that have remained dormant for millennia. The religious and philosophical challenges posed by Patchface's existence are equally significant. If his visions are accurate, they suggest that the known world is far stranger and more dangerous than anyone suspects. The sea, which most people view as simply a barrier between continents or a source of fish and transportation, might actually be home to civilizations and entities that could dwarf the power of any surface kingdom. The implications for human understanding of their place in the world would be revolutionary and terrifying. The question of agency becomes crucial when considering how to respond to Patchface's warnings. If he is indeed a conduit for alien intelligence, are his prophecies meant to help humanity prepare for coming disasters, or are they simply announcements of plans already set in motion? The tone of his songs, with their mixture of childlike wonder and cosmic horror, suggests that the entities behind them view human affairs with a perspective so alien that concepts like help or harm might be meaningless to them. The strategic value of having access to such prophetic knowledge is offset by the difficulty of interpretation and the psychological cost of exposure to alien truth. Those who spend too much time listening to Patchface's songs risk being drawn into his madness, as the human mind is not equipped to process the kind of cosmic perspective his visions represent. Princess Shireen's affection for him, while touching, might also be placing her in spiritual danger by exposing her young mind to influences that could prove as transformative for her as they were for him. In the end, Patchface represents one of the most unsettling mysteries in a world full of supernatural threats. His presence serves as a constant reminder that the known world is surrounded by vast unknowns, that the sea holds secrets that could reshape human understanding of reality itself. His fool's motley and childlike demeanor mask the fact that he may be the most important prophet in Westeros, a living conduit to powers that view the current conflicts between kings and dragons as insignificant ripples on the surface of much deeper currents. Whether these deep powers will prove to be allies, enemies, or something beyond such simple categories remains to be seen. But one thing is certain. When the time comes for the final confrontation between the forces of ice and fire, the voices that speak through Patchface may hold the key to understanding stakes far greater than any throne, revealing that the song of Ice and Fire is merely one verse in a much longer and stranger composition that plays out in the lightless depths beneath the waves. Theory 12. The Citadel's shadow play, unmaking magic, forging history. The Grey Rats' war on wonder. The maesters of the Citadel, far from being neutral scholars, are engaged in a long-term conspiracy to eradicate magic from Westeros and supplant it with a world governed by their own brand of reason and control. This agenda has seen them subtly manipulate events, discredit prophecy, and even contribute to the downfall of dragons and the Targaryen dynasty. In the towering archives of the Citadel, where countless leather-bound volumes contain the accumulated knowledge of ages, a different kind of war has been waged for centuries, not with swords and fire, but with parchment and ink, manipulation and misdirection. The Maesters present themselves to the world as humble servants of learning, dispassionate, advisors who seek only truth and the betterment of mankind through knowledge. But beneath their grey robes and chains of office lies an agenda so ambitious and far-reaching that it makes the Game of Thrones look like children squabbling over toys. The Maesters are not merely scholars. They are the architects of a new world. Order, one built on the systematic elimination of magic and the elevation of their particular brand of rational materialism. This Old Town conspiracy represents perhaps the most successful long-term political project in Westerosi history, a campaign that has operated in shadows for generations while reshaping the very nature of civilization in the Seven Kingdoms. The scope of this conspiracy becomes clear when we examine the institutional power that the Maesters have accumulated over time. They control the ravens that carry messages between castles, giving them unparalleled access to the flow of information throughout the realm. They serve as advisors to virtually every lord of consequence, positioning themselves as indispensable counselors whose wisdom shapes crucial decisions. They maintain the historical records that determine how events are remembered and interpreted by future generations. Most importantly, they have established themselves as the arbiters of what constitutes legitimate knowledge, dismissing anything that contradicts their materialist worldview as superstition or fraud. The warning signs of this conspiracy have been visible for those with eyes to see. Archmaester Marwyn, known as the Mage, provides the most explicit confirmation of what many have long suspected. His warning to Samwell Tarly is unambiguous. The world the Citadel is building has no place in it for sorcery or prophecy or glass candles, much less for dragons. More chilling still is his claim that the Maesters killed all the dragons the last time around, suggesting direct involvement in the extinction of these magical creatures. But Marwyn's revelations, shocking as they are, merely confirm patterns that have been evident throughout Westerosi history for those willing to look beyond the official narratives. The decline of magic, the discrediting of prophecy, the systematic marginalization of anything that challenges the Meister's materialist paradigm. All of these trends can be traced to specific interventions and manipulations by the Order. The case of the dragons provides the clearest example of how this conspiracy operates. The official histories tell us that dragons simply grew smaller and weaker over time, eventually becoming unable to reproduce and dying out naturally. But this explanation fails to account for the active role that Meisters played in caring for the dragons, their access to the creatures during their most vulnerable periods, and their obvious motivation for ensuring that such powerful magical beings could not threaten their vision of a rational, controllable world. The Master's intimate involvement in royal affairs gave them numerous opportunities to sabotage the dragons without detection. They served as healers to both dragons and their riders, giving them access to administer slow-acting poisons or prevent proper treatment of injuries and illnesses. They controlled the knowledge of dragon husbandry, meaning they could provide deliberately harmful advice while maintaining plausible deniability. Most insidiously, they may have interfered with dragon breeding, ensuring that eggs failed to hatch or that successful mating became increasingly rare. The timeline of dragon decline correlates suspiciously with the increased influence of Meisters. At court, the last dragons died during the reigns of kings who relied heavily on Meister advisors, while the earlier, more successful dragon-riding monarchs maintained greater independence from citadel influence. This pattern suggests that the extinction of dragons was not an unfortunate natural process, but the successful culmination of a deliberate campaign of sabotage. The manipulation extends far beyond dragons into the realm of historical interpretation itself. The Maesters control the writing and preservation of history, allowing them to shape how events are understood and remembered. Their accounts consistently minimize or explain away magical events, portraying them as natural phenomena, clever tricks, or the products of ignorance and superstition. This revisionist approach serves their agenda by gradually erasing magic from the collective memory of Westeros. Consider how they have handled the legacy of Aegon the Conqueror. While they cannot deny the reality of his dragons, they consistently downplay the magical aspects of his conquest in favor of military and political explanations. They emphasize his strategic brilliance and the weakness of his enemies while minimizing the role that supernatural terror played in his success. This approach makes his achievements seem more rational and replicable, fitting their narrative of a world governed by understandable laws rather than mystical forces. The case of the Doom of Valyria provides another example of their historical manipulation. Rather than investigating the magical causes of this catastrophe, they promote natural explanations like volcanic activity and seismic events. This serves their agenda by suggesting that even the greatest magical civilization in history was ultimately subject to natural laws rather than supernatural forces. The lesson, carefully embedded in their narratives, is that magic is unreliable and dangerous, while rational knowledge provides true security. Their treatment of prophecy reveals another facet of their war against magic. Prophecies that prove accurate are either ignored in their histories or explained away as lucky guesses or self-fulfilling predictions. Meanwhile, failed prophecies are highlighted as evidence of the foolishness of believing in supernatural knowledge. This selective treatment creates a false impression that prophecy is consistently unreliable, discouraging future rulers from taking mystical warnings seriously. The Master's influence on religious matters has been equally systematic and effective. While they cannot openly oppose the faith of the Seven due to its institutional power, they have worked to promote rational interpretations of religious doctrine that minimize supernatural elements. They encourage viewing the gods as symbolic rather than literal, promote naturalistic explanations for apparent miracles, and generally foster an atmosphere of skepticism toward religious claims. Their relationship with the old gods of the North has been even more antagonistic. These ancient deities, with their direct connection to magic through the Weirwood network, represent everything the Meisters oppose. They have worked systematically to discredit northern religious practices, portraying them as primitive superstitions that educated people should abandon. The decline of Weirwood worship in southern regions can be directly attributed to centuries of Meister influence. The individual stories of various Meisters reveal the personal cost of this conspiracy. Men like Qyburn, who was expelled from the Citadel for his magical experiments, show what happens to those who refuse to conform to the Order's anti-magical orthodoxy. Conversely, Meisters like Lewin demonstrate how thoroughly the conspiracy's ideals can be internalized, even by well-meaning individuals who genuinely believe they are serving the greater good. The economic dimensions of the conspiracy are equally significant. Magic, by its very nature, represents a threat to established economic systems. A single dragon can destroy armies that cost fortunes to raise and equip. A competent wizard can accomplish tasks that would require vast resources using conventional methods. Prophecy can provide strategic advantages that no amount of gold can purchase. By eliminating these magical capabilities, the Meisters ensure that wealth and conventional resources remain the primary determinants of power. This economic motivation aligns perfectly with the interests of the Hightowers, the ancient house that effectively controls Old Town and by extension the Citadel. The Hightowers have built their power on trade and conventional wealth rather than magical abilities or ancient bloodlines. A world without magic is a world where their particular advantages, money, connections, institutional influence, become paramount. The alliance between the Citadel and House Hightower extends beyond mere convenience into the realm of shared ideology. Both institutions benefit from a stable, predictable world, where change occurs gradually and according to understandable principles. Magic, with its tendency toward dramatic transformations and unpredictable consequences, threatens the kind of ordered society they prefer. Their partnership represents a natural alliance between intellectual and economic power against the chaotic forces of supernatural change. The faith of the Seven, despite its occasionally antagonistic relationship with the Meisters, has often served as an unwitting ally in their anti-magical campaign. The faith's emphasis on human virtue over supernatural power, its suspicion of magical practices as potentially demonic, and its institutional opposition to the old gods all align with Meister objectives. While the relationship between these institutions is complex and sometimes competitive, they share enough common ground to avoid serious conflict. The current resurgence of magic represents an existential crisis for the Citadel's centuries-long project. Daenerys Targaryen's dragons, the return of the Others, the increasing frequency of prophetic visions, and the general awakening of supernatural forces throughout the world all threaten to undo generations of careful work. The Meisters now face a choice between adapting their approach or doubling down on their anti-magical campaign, despite mounting evidence of its failure. The response to this crisis reveals the depth of the conspiracy's commitment to its goals. Rather than acknowledging the reality of returning magic, many Meisters have intensified their efforts to explain away or discredit supernatural events. They promote alternative explanations for dragon sightings, dismiss reports of others as northern superstition, and continue to insist that rational analysis can explain apparent magical phenomena. But some within the citadel, like Marwyn the Mage, recognize that the old approach is no longer viable. These dissidents represent a potential fracture within the conspiracy, a split between those who cling to the anti-magical orthodoxy and those who accept the need for adaptation. This internal conflict could determine whether the Citadel continues as a unified force or fragments into competing factions with different approaches to the returning magical world. The strategic implications of the conspiracy's exposure are staggering. If rulers throughout Westeros come to understand that their trusted Maester advisors have been pursuing their own agenda rather than providing neutral counsel, it could trigger a massive purge of Citadel influence. The information networks, the historical records, the accumulated institutional power, all of it could be swept away if the conspiracy is fully revealed. But the conspiracy's greatest vulnerability may lie in its own success. By eliminating so much magical knowledge and capability, the Maesters have left themselves poorly equipped to deal with the supernatural threats that are now emerging. Their rational materialism, so effective against human opponents, provides little protection against dragons, others, or the various magical forces that no longer respect the carefully constructed boundaries between the possible and impossible. The irony is profound. In their effort to create a safer, more predictable world, the Maesters may have eliminated the very tools and knowledge that humanity will need to survive the coming supernatural crisis. Their war against magic was won so completely that they destroyed not just magical threats, but magical defenses as well. Now, as the forces of ice and fire clash across the known world, the Citadel's grey rats find themselves scrambling to understand powers they spent centuries denying existed. The ultimate question is whether the Maesters will recognize the failure of their anti-magical campaign in time to be part of the solution, or whether their institutional commitment to rational materialism will make them an obstacle to humanity's survival. The choice they make will determine not only their own fate, but the fate of the entire world they helped create through their centuries of careful manipulation and control. Theory 13. Dawn's true lineage, the Sword of the Morning and the First. Ace the Starfall's secret, the legendary sword Dawn, wielded by the Sword of the Morning of House Dane, is not merely an ancient blade, but is connected to the last hero and the war for the Dawn. It may even be the original Ice, the dragon steel blade used to fight the others, with the Stark's ancestral sword being named in its memory. High above the summer sea, where the Torrentine meets the waves in a cascade of mist and starlight, stands Starfall, the ancient seat of House Dane. Within its pale stone walls lies one of the greatest mysteries of the known world, Dawn, a sword forged from the heart of a fallen star, as pale as milk glass and alive with its own inner light. For thousands of years, this blade has been passed not from father to son, but to whichever knight of House Dane proves worthy of the title Sword of the Morning. But what if this ancient weapon carries a significance far greater than even its legendary bearers suspected? What if Dawn is not just a relic of the Age of Heroes, but the very weapon that ended the long night and saved humanity from eternal darkness? The origins of House Dane stretch back into the mists of prehistory, to the very dawn of recorded time in Westeros. According to their own legends, the founder of their house followed a falling star to the mouth of the Torrentine, where he discovered a stone unlike any other, a remnant of celestial fire that had somehow retained its otherworldly properties even after crashing to Earth. From this star metal, the first Dane forged a sword that would become the symbol and pride of their house for millennia to come. The physical properties of Dawn are unlike any other weapon in the known world, including the famous Valyrian steel blades that are so highly prized by other noble houses. Where Valyrian steel is dark and rippled with folded patterns, Dawn is pale as winter moonlight, smooth as glass, and possessed of an inner radiance that seems to pulse with its own heartbeat. It cuts through steel and flesh with equal ease, never dulls or chips, and is said to feel warm to the touch even in the coldest weather. But perhaps most significantly, Dawn predates Valyrian steel by thousands of years. The Valyrian freehold, for all its might and magical sophistication, rose to power long after the war for the Dawn had ended and the long night had passed into legend. This means that when the last hero ventured into the frozen wastes beyond, the Wall, seeking the children of the forest and the secret to defeating the others, Valyrian steel did not yet exist. The dragon steel mentioned in the ancient legends could not have been the dark, rippled blades we know today. It must have been something else entirely. The term dragon steel itself has always been something of a puzzle. While most assume it refers to Valyrian steel and its connection to dragonfire, this interpretation becomes problematic when we consider the timeline. Dragons were not yet under human control during the long night, and the Valyrian techniques for binding dragon essence into steel would not be developed for millennia. So what was this legendary dragon steel that could cut through other flesh and break their icy weapons? What blade could channel the power of dragons before dragons themselves were tamed? The answer may lie not in the dragons of Valyria, but in the dragons of the sky, the stars themselves, those celestial fires that burn with a light and heat that make even the greatest dragons seem like candles. A sword forged from actual star metal, from the very essence of cosmic fire, would indeed deserve the name Dragonsteel. It would embody the ultimate expression of fire magic, not channeled through earthly dragons, but drawn directly from the eternal flames that light the heavens. This interpretation transforms our understanding of the last hero's quest. Rather than being a desperate search for some unknown magical solution, it becomes a mission to retrieve a specific weapon, perhaps the only weapon, capable of ending the supernatural winter that had gripped the world. The last hero didn't just wander into the frozen north, hoping to find help. He went in search of Dawn, guided by ancient knowledge or prophetic vision, to the one blade that could turn the tide against the others. The Stark connection becomes crucial when we consider the aftermath of the war for the Dawn. House Stark has always claimed descent from the last hero, and their ancestral sword has carried the name Ice for countless generations. But here lies a curious discrepancy. The current sword Ice is made of Valyrian steel, forged long after the long night ended. Why would the Starks name their blade after Ice when they are servants of fire's eternal enemy? Why choose a name that seems to honor the very force they fought against? The answer may be that Ice was never about honoring frozen water or winter's power. It was about remembering a blade that could cut ice, specifically the supernatural ice of the others' weapons and armor. The original Ice was Dawn itself, the star-forged sword that the last hero wielded in the final battle against the darkness. When that blade passed into the keeping of House Dane, perhaps as a reward for their ancient service or as part of some larger political settlement, the Starks maintained the tradition of naming their sword Ice in memory of what had been lost. This interpretation explains several otherwise puzzling aspects of Stark tradition. The crypts of Winterfell, with their iron swords across the laps of stone kings, may represent not just burial customs, but a form of magical warding designed to keep some ancient evil at bay. The missing swords from the oldest tombs might not have been stolen by common thieves, but removed by the Starks themselves when the original Ice was needed for its true purpose. The very name Winterfell could refer not to the place where winter fell as snow, but where winter the cosmic force of eternal cold was finally defeated. The title, Sword of the Morning, takes on profound new significance when viewed through this lens. Morning is the time when night ends and light returns to the world, exactly what happened when the long night was finally broken. The bearer of dawn is not just a skilled knight, but a symbolic guardian of the cosmic order, a living reminder of humanity's victory over the forces of eternal darkness. The title is not inherited by bloodline, but earned through worthiness, suggesting that it represents a spiritual as well as martial calling. The selection process for the Sword of the Morning becomes particularly intriguing when we consider that it seems to involve more than simple combat prowess. Some members of House Dane, despite being excellent warriors, are never chosen to bear dawn, while others seem to be called to the blade despite lacking obvious superiority in arms. This suggests that dawn itself may play a role in choosing its bearer, responding to qualities that go beyond mere skill at arms to encompass spiritual fitness for the role of guardian. The relationship between House Dane and House Stark has always been marked by mutual respect despite their geographic separation and occasional political differences. This connection becomes more understandable if they share a history rooted in the War for the Dawn. If the Danes have been the keepers of the sword that saved the world, while the Starks have been the guardians of the knowledge and traditions that remember why that salvation was necessary. The legend of Arthur Dane, the last great sword of the morning before the current era, adds another layer to this mystery. His reputation as perhaps the greatest knight who ever lived, his role in events surrounding the Tower of Joy, and his death at the hands of Ned Stark create a complex web of connections between the houses. But what if Arthur's presence at the Tower of Joy was not just about protecting Lyanna Stark, but about Dawn itself? What if the sword played a role in the events surrounding Jon Snow's birth, perhaps serving as a guardian or witness to the union of ice and fire? The current absence of a Sword of the Morning is particularly ominous, given the supernatural threats now emerging throughout Westeros. Dawn sits in Starfall, waiting for a bearer worthy of its power, while others march south and dragons soar. In distant skies, the blade that once ended the long night remains unused while a new long night begins to fall across the world. This situation suggests that the identification and empowering of a new Sword of the Morning may be crucial to humanity's survival in the coming conflict. The magical properties of Dawn may extend beyond its obvious capabilities as a weapon to encompass more subtle but equally important powers. A blade forged from star metal might be able to channel celestial energies, provide protection against magical attacks, or even serve as a focus for beneficial magic. In the hands of a properly trained bearer, it might be capable of feats that go far beyond simple swordplay, to encompass the kind of cosmic power that would be necessary to face opponents like the Night King or even the others themselves. The symbolic weight of Dawn in the larger narrative cannot be overstated. In a story titled A Song of Ice and Fire, a weapon that embodies the ultimate expression of cosmic fire while bearing a name that speaks to the end of darkness, represents the perfect synthesis of the themes that drive the entire saga. It is the bridge between the ancient past and the prophetic future, the link between legend and reality, the promise that even the longest night must eventually end. The question of who will ultimately wield Dawn in the coming crisis becomes crucial. To understanding how the conflict might be resolved, will it be a member of House Dane, continuing their ancient role as guardians of the dawn? Will it be Jon Snow, whose mixed heritage might make him worthy of a blade that bridges different magical traditions? Or will it be someone unexpected, chosen by the sword itself for qualities that go beyond bloodline or training? The answer to this question may determine not just the outcome of individual battles, but the shape of the world that emerges from the current chaos. Dawn represents more than just a weapon. It embodies hope itself, the promise that no matter how dark the night becomes, morning will always come. In a world where winter threatens to last forever and ancient evils stir in the darkness, that promise may be the most powerful magic of all. The legend of Dawn reminds us that some weapons are more than tools of war. They are symbols of cosmic order, guardians of the balance between light and darkness, ice and fire. As the wheel of time turns and ancient conflicts rise anew, the pale blade that once ended the long night may be called upon to serve its true purpose once more, to be the dawn that breaks eternal winter and brings the light of hope back to a world grown cold with fear and despair. Theory 14. The dragon has 3 heads. Beyond the riders, a prophecy of souls, the trinity of power, Rhaegar's prophecy. The dragon has 3 heads refers not just to 3 dragon riders, but to a more profound mystical concept, possibly representing 3 crucial souls needed for a magical ritual, like dragon hatching. 3 aspects of a single prophesied figure, or 3 distinct magical bloodlines, ice, fire, old gods, that must unite in the smoking ruins of the House of the Undying, where impossible geometries twist reality into shapes that mortal minds can barely comprehend. Daenerys Targaryen witnessed visions that would haunt her dreams for years to come. Among these prophetic glimpses into past and future, one scene stood out with crystalline clarity. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, standing over the cradle of his newborn son Aegon, speaking words that would echo through the ages. The dragon has 3 heads. This cryptic pronouncement, obsessed over by Rhaegar throughout his life and echoed by Maester Aemon in his final days, has been interpreted by most as a simple requirement for 3 dragon riders to mount Daenerys' 3 dragons. But what if this surface reading barely scratches the surface of a prophecy so profound that it encompasses the very nature of reality itself? The literal interpretation, 3 riders for 3 dragons, fails to account for the mystical weight that both Rhaegar and Aemon placed upon these words. These were not men given to simple or practical thinking when it came to prophecy. Rhaegar, in particular, was consumed by visions and ancient texts, driven by an understanding of destiny that went far beyond military logistics. For him to dedicate his life to fulfilling this prophecy, it must represent something far more significant than merely finding competent dragon riders. The key to understanding the true meaning lies in examining the context in which the prophecy appears. The House of the Undying is a place where time flows differently, where past, present, and future blend together in a tapestry of interconnected meaning. The visions Daenerys experiences there are not random glimpses, but carefully structured revelations about the nature of power, sacrifice, and transformation. In this context, the dragon has 3 heads becomes not a tactical requirement, but a fundamental law of magical reality. One compelling interpretation suggests that the 3 heads represent 3 distinct types of sacrifice or soul offering required for the most powerful forms of magic. Daenerys herself may have already demonstrated this principle when she hatched her dragons on Drogo's funeral pyre. The ritual involved 3 distinct sacrificial elements: her own near-death experience as she walked into the flames, the life of her unborn child Rhaego, and the death of her husband Khal Drogo. 3 souls, 3 types of love and loss, 3 forms of life force channeled into the awakening of dragons from stone. This interpretation transforms dragon hatching from a unique miracle into a replicable magical principle, one that requires not just fire and blood, but specific combinations of sacrifice and spiritual power. The 3 heads of the dragon would represent the 3 essential components: the willing sacrifice of the ritualist, the innocent life offered to feed the magic, and the death of one bound by love to the practitioner. Each element brings a different type of spiritual energy to the working, and all three are necessary for success. But the prophecy may operate on even deeper levels, encompassing not just individual magical workings, but the fundamental structure of reality itself. In many mystical traditions, the number 3 represents completion, the synthesis of opposing forces into something greater than the sum of its parts. The dragon with 3 heads might symbolize the necessary union of the 3 great magical traditions that have shaped the history of the known world: the fire magic of Valyria and the dragons, the ice magic of the others and the far north, and the earth magic of the children of the forest and the weirwood network. Jon Snow emerges as a crucial figure in this interpretation, embodying the literal fusion of ice and fire through his parentage. As the son of Lyanna Stark and Rhaegar Targaryen, he carries both the wolf blood of the north with its connection to the old gods and the dragon blood of Valyria with its mastery over fire. But to fulfill the prophecy of 3 heads, he would need to somehow incorporate the 3rd magical tradition, perhaps through his connection to the Night's Watch and the Wall, that great magical barrier that may itself be a product of cooperation. Between all 3 traditions, the prophetic implications extend beyond individual characters to encompass the very nature of the threats facing the known world. The others represent ice, taken to its absolute extreme, a force of eternal winter that would freeze all life and change into crystalline perfection. The dragons and their fire magic represent the opposite extreme, the power to burn away everything that exists in pursuit of transformation and rebirth. Between these opposing forces stands the middle path of the old gods and the weirwood network, representing growth, memory, and the cyclical nature of life itself. The resolution of the current crisis may require not the victory of one force over the others, but their synthesis into something entirely new. The dragon with 3 heads would then represent this new form of power, one that incorporates the best aspects of all 3 magical traditions while avoiding the extremes that make each individually dangerous. Fire magic provides the power of transformation and renewal. Ice magic offers the stability of preservation and order, and earth magic supplies the wisdom of memory and the patience of ages. Daenerys herself may represent one approach to this synthesis, having already demonstrated the ability to combine different magical elements in her dragon hatching ritual. Her dragons are not purely creatures of fire, but incorporate elements from multiple traditions. They are bound to her through blood magic reminiscent of both Valyrian sorcery and the older traditions of the East, and their eggs were awakened through a combination of fire, sacrifice, and what might be called a form of earth magic in the symbolic rebirth through the funeral pyre. But Daenerys' approach may be incomplete or unstable, as evidenced by her growing struggles to control her dragons and her increasing isolation from human connection. The full realization of the 3-headed dragon may require a different kind of synthesis, one that involves multiple individuals working in concert rather than a single person trying to embody all 3 traditions simultaneously. The geographical distribution of the 3 main magical traditions provides another clue to the prophecy's ultimate meaning. The fire magic of Valyria originated in the east. The ice magic of the others comes from the far north, and the earth magic of the children centered in Westeros itself, particularly in the areas that would become the north and the Riverlands. The convergence of these traditions would naturally occur in Westeros, making it the logical site for the fulfillment of the 3-headed dragon prophecy. The timing of the prophecy's fulfillment appears to be linked to periods of great magical awakening, Rhaegar lived during a time when magic was at its lowest ebb, when dragons were extinct and the others were merely legend. His obsession with the prophecy may have stemmed from an understanding that such periods of magical dormancy are temporary, that the forces of ice and fire must eventually return to the world in greater strength than before. The three-headed dragon would then represent not just a response to these returning powers, but a necessary evolution in magical understanding. The role of sacrifice in the prophecy cannot be understated, as every great magical working in the known world requires some form of price to be paid. The three heads might represent three different types of sacrifice that must be made: the sacrifice of innocence, the transition from ignorance to terrible knowledge, the sacrifice of love, choosing a duty over personal happiness, and the sacrifice of self, the willing surrender of individual identity for the greater good. Each type of sacrifice opens different pathways to power and understanding. The prophecy may also operate on a temporal level, encompassing not just the current crisis, but the cyclical nature of history itself. The first dragon might represent the past and the mistakes that must be remembered and learned from. The second dragon could symbolize the present and the choices that must be made in the face of immediate threats. The third dragon would then represent the future and the hope that current sacrifices will create a better world for those who come after. In this interpretation, the fulfillment of the prophecy requires not just magical power, but historical understanding, a comprehensive grasp of how past events have shaped the present crisis and how current actions will determine future possibilities. The three-headed dragon becomes a symbol of temporal mastery, the ability to see beyond the immediate moment, to understand the deeper patterns that govern the rise and fall of civilizations. The genetic implications of the prophecy add another layer of complexity, particularly when considered in light of Targaryen history and their tradition of sibling marriage. The three heads might represent three distinct bloodlines that must be preserved and eventually reunited. The main Targaryen line with its connection to dragons and fire magic, the Stark line with its connection to winter and the old gods, and a third line that carries the blood of the children of the forest or some other ancient magical tradition. This interpretation would make Jon Snow crucial not just as an individual, but as a living symbol of reunification, carrying both Targaryen and Stark blood in his veins. But it would also suggest the need for a third figure, someone who embodies the earth magic tradition and can complete the trinity of bloodlines. This role might be filled by Bran Stark in his transformation into the three-eyed raven, or by some other character whose heritage connects them to the deepest magical traditions of the known world, the ultimate fulfillment of the three-headed dragon prophecy may require a form of magical working so profound that it transcends individual identity entirely. Rather than three separate people working together, it might involve a temporary fusion of consciousness that allows the participants to access the combined knowledge and power of all three magical traditions. This would be a form of magic beyond anything previously seen in the known world, a synthesis that creates something genuinely new rather than simply combining existing elements. The cost of such a working would be enormous, possibly requiring the willing sacrifice of individual identity from all participants. They would gain access to cosmic power and understanding, but at the price of their separate selves. The three-headed dragon would then represent not just a weapon against the current threats, but a fundamental transformation in the nature of consciousness itself, as evolution beyond human limitations towards something approaching divine awareness. In the end, the prophecy of the dragon with three heads may be the key to understanding not just the resolution of the current crisis, but the ultimate destiny of the known world. It promises a synthesis of opposing forces, a transcendence of ancient conflicts, and the birth of something entirely new from the ashes of the old. Whether this transformation proves to be salvation or catastrophe may depend on the wisdom and courage of those called to fulfill this most profound of prophecies. Theory 14. The doom that came to Summerhall. A king's sacrifice, a prince's burden. The Palace of Ashes. The tragedy at Summerhall was King Aegon Targaryen's desperate attempt to hatch dragon eggs using a dangerous ritual involving wildfire and possibly blood magic, specifically the sacrifice of his newborn great-grandson, Rhaegar. The catastrophic fire resulted from this ritual going awry, perhaps due to intervention, like Sir Duncan the Tall preventing the sacrifice, forever marking Rhaegar with a sense of doom and influencing his obsession with prophecy. The ruins of Summerhall stand like a blackened crown against the Dornish sky, their broken stones, testament to ambition, transformed into catastrophe, love perverted into horror, and hope burned to ash in a single night of flame and screaming. Of all the disasters that have befallen House Targaryen, none carries the weight of tragic irony quite like the events of that terrible evening in 259 AC, when a king's desperate dream of restoration became a nightmare that would haunt his dynasty for generations to come. King Aegon IV, known to history as Aegon the Unlikely, had spent his reign fighting against the entrenched interests of the nobility, attempting to implement reforms that would improve the lives of the small folk who had suffered under centuries of aristocratic indifference. But for all his good intentions and political cunning, Aegon had come to understand a fundamental truth about power in Westeros. Without dragons, a Targaryen king was merely a man with a crown, subject to the same limitations and frustrations. As any other ruler, the absence of dragons from the world had changed everything. Where once Targaryen kings could enforce their will through the threat of dragonfire, Aegon IV found himself constantly stymied by lords who paid lip service to his commands while ignoring their substance. His reforms were sabotaged, his innovations undermined, his vision of a more just realm thwarted at every turn by those who preferred the old ways of exploitation and privilege. As his reign progressed and his frustrations mounted, Aegon became increasingly obsessed with the idea of restoring dragons to the world. He gathered ancient texts, consulted with sorcerers and wise women, and slowly assembled what he believed to be the knowledge necessary to hatch the stone eggs that had remained dormant in the royal vaults for over a century. The birth of his great-grandson, Prince Rhaegar, provided what seemed like the perfect opportunity to put this knowledge into practice. The timing was not coincidental. Aegon had spent years studying the conditions under which dragons had been successfully hatched in the past, and he believed he had identified certain requirements that must be met for the magic to work. Royal blood was essential, but not just any royal blood. It had to be the blood of innocence, untainted by the compromises and moral corruption that inevitably marked adult rulers. A newborn prince of pure Targaryen lineage would provide exactly the kind of spiritual power the ritual required. The preparations for what would become known as the tragedy at Summerhall began months before Rhaegar's birth. Aegon assembled 7 dragon eggs, each one carefully selected from the royal collection for its potential viability. He recruited pyromancers from the Guild of Alchemists, men skilled in the handling of wildfire who could provide the technical expertise necessary for the delicate magical working he had planned. Most ominously, he began making arrangements to ensure that the ritual would take place at the moment of maximum mystical significance, the birth of his great-grandson. The castle chosen for this working was Summerhall itself, Aegon's favorite retreat and the place where he felt most free from the oppressive weight of kingship. The irony is profound. This palace, built as a refuge from the burdens of rule, would become the site of the most terrible burden any king had ever attempted to bear. The very name Summerhall would become a cruel mockery as the endless summer Aegon hoped to create through dragon restoration would be replaced by an eternal winter of guilt and regret. The ritual itself, as reconstructed from fragmentary accounts and the physics of what followed, appears to have been incredibly ambitious in scope. Rather than attempting to hatch a single egg through conventional fire, Aegon planned to use wildfire, that supernatural flame that burns green and hot enough to melt stone, as the catalyst for a mass hatching. The 7 eggs would be surrounded by carefully positioned caches of wildfire, with the newborn prince serving as the focal point for the magical energies being unleashed. But wildfire is not dragon's breath, and the magic Aegon was attempting to work was far more dangerous than he understood. Wildfire is inherently unstable, prone to chain reactions that can quickly spiral beyond any hope of control. More importantly, the substance carries its own malevolent intelligence, a hunger for destruction that makes it unsuitable for the kind of delicate magical working that dragon hatching requires. Where dragonfire is a tool of creation and transformation, wildfire is an agent of pure destruction. The human cost of the ritual was always going to be enormous, but Aegon had convinced himself that the sacrifice was justified by the greater good it would achieve. A single infant's life weighed against the power to transform the realm, to enforce justice, to create the better world he had dreamed of throughout his reign. In his mind, the mathematics of morality were clear, but mathematics has no place in magic, and the universe has its own harsh lessons for those who try to reduce cosmic forces to simple equations. The presence of Sir Duncan the Tall at Summerhall adds a crucial element to the tragedy. Duncan had served as Aegon's companion and protector since their youth, when the future king was merely Egg, a bald prince traveling the roads of Westeros with a hedge knight. More than anyone else, Duncan understood Aegon's character, his strengths and weaknesses, his capacity for both great good and terrible miscalculation. When he realized what his old friend intended to do, Duncan faced a choice that would define the final moments of his life. The exact sequence of events that night remains shrouded in mystery, but the evidence suggests that Duncan attempted to prevent the sacrifice of the infant Rhaegar. Whether through physical intervention, magical interference, or simply the disruption of the ritual's precise timing, his actions caused the carefully planned working to collapse into chaos. The wildfire, deprived of its intended focus but already ignited and hungry for fuel, spread throughout the castle with supernatural speed and heat. The death toll was staggering. King Aegon V himself, consumed by the flames he had hoped to master. Prince Duncan, the king's eldest son and heir, who had renounced his claim to marry for love, and Sir Duncan the Tall, the noble knight whose final act was to save an infant's life at the cost of his own. The castle was gutted, its beautiful halls and chambers reduced to smoking rubble. Only Prince Rhaegar survived, pulled from the flames as a newborn marked forever by the tragedy of his birth. The psychological impact on Rhaegar cannot be overstated. From his first breath, he was a child of fire and tragedy, a prince whose very existence was purchased with the lives of those who should have protected and guided him. The weight of this knowledge, whether conscious or subconscious, shaped every aspect of his character. His famous melancholy, his obsession with prophecy and destiny, his sense of being burdened with cosmic responsibility, all of these traits can be traced back to the flames of Summerhall. But the tragedy's influence extended beyond personal psychology, into the realm of mystical consequence. Rhaegar's birth amid such supernatural fire may have marked him in ways that went beyond mere emotional trauma. He became a prince touched by magic, connected to forces of prophecy and destiny that would eventually lead him to seek his own heir of ice and fire. His relationship with Lyanna Stark, his belief that their child would be the prince that was promised, All of this can be seen as the natural result of magical energies that were unleashed but never properly channeled during the Summerhall ritual. The failure of the ritual had broader implications for the Targaryen dynasty's relationship with magic itself. Aegon's attempt to restore dragons through artificial means may have actually damaged the magical foundations that made such restoration possible. The wildfire used in the ritual was antithetical to the natural forces that govern dragon hatching, and its use may have created spiritual pollution that would persist for generations. This could explain why subsequent attempts to hatch dragon eggs failed so consistently, even when the proper bloodline and royal authority were present. The political consequences were equally severe. The death of King Aegon V and his heir Prince Duncan threw the succession into immediate crisis, elevating the unstable heiress to the throne decades before he was ready to rule. The new king, already showing signs of the madness that would eventually consume him, was further traumatized by witnessing or learning about the horrors of Summerhall. His later obsession with wildfire, his paranoid belief in the power of flame to solve all problems, can be directly traced to the events of that terrible night. The destruction of Summerhall also eliminated crucial knowledge about dragon rearing and magical practice that had been painstakingly assembled over decades. Ancient texts were lost, wise counselors were killed, and institutional memory was shattered. This loss of knowledge would prove catastrophic when magical forces began to resurge in the world, leaving the Targaryens unprepared to deal with powers their ancestors had taken for granted. The religious implications of the tragedy add another layer of horror to an already devastating event. Aegon's attempt to sacrifice his great-grandson represented a fundamental violation of natural law and divine order, the kind of cosmic crime that demands retribution regardless of the perpetrator's intentions. The fire that consumed Summerhall may have been more than a magical accident. It could have been the universe's own response to an act so abhorrent that reality itself recoiled in horror. The curse that seems to hang over Summerhall extends beyond the original tragedy to encompass all subsequent attempts to rebuild or reclaim the site. No effort to restore the castle has ever succeeded, as if the very stones remember the atrocity that was attempted there and reject any effort to return to normalcy. The ruins stand as a permanent reminder of the price of hubris, a monument to the dangers of trying to force magical outcomes through unnatural means. The broader lesson of Summerhall echoes throughout Targaryen history and the current crisis facing the realm. Magic cannot be controlled through force or manipulation. It must be approached with humility, respect, and understanding of the natural laws that govern its use. Daenerys Targaryen's successful hatching of dragons came not through elaborate ritual or calculated sacrifice, but through genuine love, loss, and the willingness to risk everything for a cause greater than herself. The ghost of Summerhall haunts every subsequent magical working in the series, serving as a warning about the difference between true magical understanding and mere technical knowledge. Aegon V had assembled all the components he thought were necessary for dragon hatching, but he lacked the spiritual wisdom to understand what he was truly attempting. His failure stands as a cautionary tale about the difference between power and wisdom, between ambition and understanding. In the end, the tragedy at Summerhall represents one of the most profound turning points in Westerosi history, a moment when the Targaryen dynasty's fate was sealed not by external enemies, but by their own desperate attempt to reclaim a lost heritage. The flames that consumed the palace that night continue to burn in the memories and dreams of their descendants, a reminder that some prices are too high to pay and some powers too dangerous to seek. Theory 15. The Merling Masquerade. Varys and The secrets of the deep. The spider's true web. Varys. The spider is not human, but a merling, or an agent of merling Deep One powers, operating in King's Landing to manipulate land-dwelling society for the benefit of his aquatic kin. His eunuch status, his little birds, and his enigmatic long-term goals all point towards an allegiance far stranger than any Westerosi house. In the red stone corridors of the Red Keep, where shadows gather in corners that somehow seem too deep, and whispers carry farther than they should, moves a figure whose very presence seems to defy natural law. Varys, the master of whisperers, glides through the halls of power with an unnatural silence that makes even the most paranoid courtiers uneasy. His soft slippers make no sound on stone floors. His movements flow like water rather than walking, and his pale, hairless flesh has a quality that seems more aquatic than human. Most attribute these oddities to his foreign origins or his traumatic castration. But what if the truth is far stranger and more unsettling than anyone has dared to imagine? The conventional biography of Varys paints him as a child of Lys who was brutally castrated by a sorcerer and sold into slavery, eventually rising through cunning and information gathering to become one of the most powerful figures in the Seven Kingdoms. But this history, convenient as it is, contains numerous gaps and inconsistencies that become more troubling upon close examination. No one has ever been able to verify his supposed origins in Lys, and his accent and mannerisms bear little resemblance to other Lyseni characters we encounter throughout the series. More significantly, his physical characteristics diverge from normal human parameters in ways that suggest a non-human origin. His skin is not merely pale, but has an almost translucent quality, with visible veins that seem to pulse with their own rhythm. His hairlessness is complete and absolute, extending to every part of his body in a way that goes beyond mere genetic variation or the effects of castration. His eyes, while appearing normal in daylight, seem to catch and reflect light in ways that suggest a different visual apparatus than standard human anatomy. But perhaps most telling are the aspects of his behavior that seem natural to him but deeply unnatural to observers. His ability to move through the secret passages of the Red Keep with perfect navigation in absolute darkness suggests sensory capabilities that go beyond normal human limits. His network of little birds, the children who serve as his spies, display an almost supernatural ability to access hidden spaces and gather information, as if they have been trained by someone with intimate knowledge of non-human modes of perception and movement. The title Spider takes on new meaning when we consider the possibility that it describes not his web of information, but his fundamental nature. Like a spider, Varys operates according to sensory modalities that are alien to his prey. He detects vibrations and movements through media that humans cannot perceive, responds to stimuli that others ignore, and constructs traps that function on principles his victims cannot understand. But if the metaphor is apt, what kind of environment would produce such a predator? The answer may lie beneath the waves, in the legendary underwater civilizations that feature prominently in the mythology of many coastal cultures throughout the known world. The Iron Islands speak of the Deep Ones, aquatic beings who occasionally interact with surface dwellers, but maintain their own alien society beneath the sea. Old Valyria knew of merlings, creatures with the intelligence of men, but the physiology of sea dwellers. Even the Meisters, for all their skepticism about magical matters, acknowledge the existence of various sea peoples in their more comprehensive texts. These underwater civilizations would naturally have different priorities and perspectives than surface-dwelling humans. Where land-based societies focus on territorial control and agricultural production, aquatic cultures would be concerned with currents, tides, and the health of the ocean ecosystem. They would view the constant warfare and environmental destruction of the surface world with alarm, seeing it as a threat to the delicate balance that maintains their underwater realm. Varys' long-term goals, when viewed through this lens, make a different kind of sense. His manipulation of surface politics, his careful orchestration of conflicts, and his ultimate support for certain claimants over others could all be designed to prevent the kind of large-scale environmental catastrophe that would threaten underwater civilizations. The wars he helps to foment are precisely targeted to eliminate the most destructive elements of surface society while preserving those leaders who might be more amenable to peaceful coexistence. His partnership with Illyrio Mopatis gains new significance when we consider the possibility that they are both agents of the same non-human power structure. Illyrio's base in Pentos gives him access to the narrow sea and the various maritime trade routes that would be crucial for maintaining communication with underwater allies. His wealth and resources provide the material support necessary for Varys' operations, while Varys' position in King's Landing gives them access to the highest levels of Westerosi decision-making. The eunuch status that defines Varys' public identity may be more than just a convenient cover story. It might be a biological reality that reflects his non-human origins. Many aquatic species reproduce through methods that bear no resemblance to mammalian sexuality, and a merling or deep, one infiltrator might naturally lack the reproductive organs that would be expected in a human male. The story of his castration provides a convenient explanation for this absence, while also generating sympathy and explaining his motivation for revenge against those who wronged him. His relationship with magic and sorcery is particularly interesting. When viewed through this theoretical framework, his famous hatred of magical practitioners and his claims about the traumatic ritual that cost him his manhood could be elaborate misdirection designed to explain his true nature. If he is indeed a non-human entity, his very existence would be considered magical by surface dweller standards, and his antipathy toward human magic users might reflect competition between different forms of supernatural power rather than personal trauma. The little birds, who serve as Varys' spy network, take on a more sinister cast when we consider the possibility that they have been selected and trained according to non-human criteria. Children who can navigate the secret passages of castles with the same ease that young merlings might navigate underwater caverns, who can remain hidden in spaces too small for normal humans, who display loyalty that goes beyond mere payment or fear. These qualities suggest a form of conditioning or even biological modification that transforms them into something between human and aquatic. The broader political implications of an aquatic intelligence operating within human society are staggering in their scope. If merlings or deep ones have been manipulating surface politics for generations, then the entire history of the Seven Kingdoms might need to be re-examined. Wars, successions, and political developments that seem to result from human ambition and conflict might actually be the result of careful manipulation by entities whose goals and methods operate on completely different principles. The environmental angle becomes particularly relevant when we consider the current crisis facing the known world. The return of magic, the awakening of dragons, and the various supernatural conflicts that are erupting across the realm all have the potential to cause massive environmental disruption. Dragons, in particular, represent a threat to oceanic ecosystems through their potential to boil seas, melt ice caps, and generally disrupt the careful balance that maintains underwater civilizations. Varys' support for certain claimants over others might be based on their likelihood to control rather than unleash these destructive forces. Daenerys Targaryen, despite her legitimate claim and her dragons, might represent an unacceptable risk to aquatic interests due to her youth, inexperience, and the chaotic nature of her rise to power. A more controllable ruler, even one with a weaker claim, might be preferable from the perspective of entities whose primary concern is maintaining oceanic stability. The religious dimensions of this theory add another layer of complexity to an already intricate conspiracy. The drowned god of the Iron Islands might not be a human deity at all, but rather a representation of the intelligence that governs underwater civilizations. The Iron Islands' tradition of raiding and reaving could be a surface manifestation of a deeper aquatic culture that periodically sends expeditions to influence or control land-based societies. The timing of various political crises throughout Westerosi history shows patterns that might reflect aquatic intervention. Periods of excessive warfare or environmental destruction are often followed by mysterious developments that redirect surface dweller attention toward less destructive pursuits. The War of the Five Kings, for example, has eliminated many of the most militaristic and destructive elements of Westerosi society, while exhausting the resources that might have been used for large-scale environmental exploitation. The technological implications are equally intriguing. If aquatic civilizations have been observing and occasionally intervening in surface society for millennia, they would have accumulated knowledge about human behavior, politics, and warfare that far exceeds what any surface-dwelling intelligence could achieve. Varys's seemingly supernatural ability to predict and manipulate political developments might be based on this accumulated wisdom rather than personal genius. The question of detection becomes crucial when considering how such a conspiracy might be exposed or countered. Surface dwellers who have spent their entire lives thinking in terrestrial terms would be ill-equipped to recognize or respond to threats that operate according to aquatic principles. The very categories of thought that humans use to understand politics, loyalty, and motivation might be inadequate for dealing with entities whose consciousness has been shaped by completely different evolutionary pressures. But exposure might come through the increasing magical activity that characterizes the current era. As supernatural forces become more active and visible, the boundaries between different types of non-human intelligence might begin to blur. Varys's carefully maintained human disguise might become harder to sustain as other forms of magic begin to reveal the true nature of various players in the Game of Thrones. The ultimate question is whether the goals of these hypothetical aquatic intelligences align with human interests or threaten them. If their primary concern is maintaining environmental balance and preventing large-scale destruction, they might actually be humanity's allies in the coming supernatural conflicts. But if their agenda involves supplanting human civilization with something more amenable to aquatic control, then they represent a threat that is all the more dangerous for being completely unrecognized by those it targets. In the end, the theory of Varys as a merling or agent of aquatic powers transforms our understanding of the Game of Thrones from a purely human conflict into something far more complex and alien. It suggests that the real game is being played on levels that most participants cannot even perceive, with stakes that go far beyond the Iron Throne to encompass the very nature of civilization on the surface of the known world. Theory 16. Sotherios' Silent Sentinels. The oily black stones and the builders of Yin, the nameless architects, the mysterious continent of Sothorios, particularly the ancient oily black stone city of Yin that even the jungle avoids, is evidence of a forgotten, pre-human or non-human civilization with advanced, possibly eldritch, technology or magic. These builders may also be responsible for similar black stone structures found globally, like in Ashai and the Sea Stone Chair, hinting at a lost, world-spanning aquatic or chthonic empire. In the fetid jungles of Soterios, where the very Air writhes with disease, and the plants themselves seem hungry for human flesh, stands a monument to impossibility that has defied explanation for thousands of years. The ruined city of Yin rises from the green hell like a fever dream made manifest. Its massive blocks of oily black stone, arranged in geometries that hurt the mind to contemplate. But perhaps most unsettling of all is what the jungle has not done. In a land where vegetation can grow through solid rock and vines can strangle dragons, the mindless plant life gives Yin a wide berth, as if even thoughtless nature recognizes something fundamentally wrong with the place. The city is described by the few explorers, brave or foolish enough to approach it, as being built from stone, unlike any other known material. This black substance does not reflect light in the normal manner. Instead, it seems to absorb illumination, creating an effect that makes the structures appear to exist in their own pocket of darkness, even under the blazing tropical sun. The stone feels wrong to the touch, having an oily, organic quality that suggests it might not be stone at all, but some other material entirely, perhaps something grown rather than quarried. But Yin is not unique. Similar structures built from identical black material can be found scattered across the known world, often in locations that seem completely unrelated to each other. The ancient base of the High Tower in Old Town rests upon a foundation of this same oily black stone, suggesting that even the most civilized parts of Westeros are built upon the remnants of something far older and stranger. The entire city of Ashai by the Shadow is constructed from this material, creating an urban environment so unsettling that even its own inhabitants avoid certain districts after dark. Perhaps most significantly, the Seastone Chair of the Iron Islands, the ancient throne of the rulers of the Iron Islands, is carved from a single massive block of this same substance. The fact that this throne predates recorded history and is associated with legends of the Grey King and his battles with sea monsters suggests that the Blackstone builders had some connection to the ocean and its mysterious depths. The global distribution of these black stone structures implies a civilization of staggering scope and power, one that spanned continents and left its mark on every corner of the known world. But what kind of beings could have built such an empire? The structures themselves provide clues. Their massive scale suggests builders of enormous size or supernatural strength, while their bizarre geometries hint at minds that operated according to principles completely alien to human understanding. The most compelling theory points to the legendary Deep Ones, aquatic beings mentioned in various mythologies throughout the known world. These creatures, described as having characteristics of both fish and men, would explain many of the peculiarities associated with the Blackstone sites. Their amphibious nature would allow them to build both underwater cities like those rumored to exist beneath the Sunset Sea and terrestrial structures in coastal areas where they could maintain contact with their oceanic empire. The oily quality of the black stone itself might be explained if it is not stone at all, but some form of organic secretion or coral-like growth produced by these aquatic builders. Many sea creatures produce materials harder than stone: pearls, certain types of coral, the shells of deep-sea mollusks, and a sufficiently advanced aquatic civilization might have developed biotechnology that could grow architectural materials to order. This would explain why the substance feels organic to the touch and why it seems to absorb rather than reflect light. As many deep-sea organisms have evolved to manipulate light in unusual ways, the resistance of jungle vegetation to yin becomes particularly significant when viewed through this lens. Plants and animals often display instinctive reactions to things that are fundamentally incompatible with terrestrial life. If Yin was built by beings from the deep ocean, the very substrate of the city might be toxic or alien to land-based life forms. The black stone could be releasing chemical signals, radiation, or some other form of energy that triggers ancient survival instincts in the jungle flora, causing them to avoid the area despite its apparent abandonment. The age of these structures poses additional mysteries. Yin is described as being older than time, which suggests it predates not only human civilization, but possibly the current geological epoch. If the Deep Ones or their equivalent were building cities when the continents themselves were arranged differently, it would explain the seemingly random distribution of black stone sites. What appears to be a scattered empire might actually represent the remnants of a single continuous civilization that was fragmented by continental drift and geological upheaval. The connection to water becomes even more significant when we examine the specific locations where black stone structures appear. Old Town sits at the mouth of the Honeywine, making it an ideal port for amphibious beings. Ashai lies on the banks of the Ash River near the Jade Sea, providing access to both fresh and salt water. The Iron Islands are surrounded by ocean and riddled with caves and underwater passages that could serve as hidden entrances to vast aquatic complexes. Even Yin, despite being inland, sits near the convergence of several major rivers that would have provided water highways for aquatic builders. The cultural impact of these structures on human civilizations that encountered them helps explain many otherwise puzzling aspects of various mythologies and religious practices. The Iron Islands' worship of the drowned god and their traditions of underwater resurrection could be corrupted memories of actual contact with aquatic beings. The strange customs and taboos surrounding Ashai, where even the local population avoids certain areas and no children are born, might reflect lingering knowledge about the dangers of close contact with Deep One technology or biology. The high towers themselves may preserve ancient knowledge about the true nature of their tower's foundation. Their family motto, "We light the way," takes on new meaning if they are literally maintaining a beacon to warn ships away from dangerous waters where Deep Ones might still be active. Their great wealth and political influence could stem from ancient pacts or agreements with non-human powers, explaining their ability to maintain prosperity across millennia of political upheaval. The recent increase in magical activity throughout the known world might be triggering responses from these ancient builders. If the Deep Ones have been dormant or hidden for centuries, the return of dragons and the awakening of other supernatural forces could be disturbing their long slumber. The strange tides, unusual sea conditions, and maritime disasters reported throughout the series might be early signs of an aquatic civilization beginning to stir once again. The implications for current events are staggering. If Daenerys Targaryen's dragons pose a threat to oceanic ecosystems, she might find herself facing opposition from powers that make the political conflicts of Westeros seem trivial by comparison. The others' advance from the far north could be driving them toward conflict not just with humanity, but with ancient aquatic territories that they have avoided for millennia. The black stone structures themselves might serve purposes beyond mere architecture. They could be components of a vast technological network, perhaps a form of communication system that spans the globe's oceans. The oily stone might conduct energy or information in ways that human science cannot detect, allowing the Deep Ones to maintain contact across vast distances and coordinate responses to surface world developments. The diseases and environmental hazards associated with Sothorios could be defensive mechanisms rather than natural phenomena. If the Deep Ones view human expansion as a threat to their ancient territories, they might have seeded the continent with biological agents designed to prevent permanent settlement. The various plagues, parasites, and toxic organisms that make Sothorios uninhabitable could be the products of advanced biotechnology rather than natural evolution. The psychological effects reported by those who spend time near black stone structures, dreams of underwater cities, visions of vast aquatic beings, inexplicable feelings of being watched, suggest that the stones themselves might be psychically active. They could be designed to influence the minds of surface dwellers, either to drive them away or to prepare them for eventual contact with their builders. The madness that often afflicts those who study these structures too closely might be the result of human minds trying to process information encoded for completely alien forms of consciousness. Theory 17. What if Rhaegar won the Trident? A realm reshaped by prophecy and blood, the Dragon Prince's victory. Had Rhaegar Targaryen defeated Robert Baratheon at the Trident, Westeros would have plunged into a different kind of chaos. Rhaegar, driven by prophecy, would likely have deposed Aerys II, but faced a realm fractured by his actions concerning Lyanna Stark, the Fury of Dawn, and the simmering resentment of defeated rebels, all while trying to prepare for the long night. The ruby that fell from Prince Rhaegar's breastplate into the waters of the Trident was not merely a gemstone. It was the crystallization of 1,000 possibilities, each one glittering with the potential to reshape the Seven Kingdoms, in ways both wondrous and terrible. But what if that ruby had remained in place? What if the mace that shattered it had instead found its mark on Robert Baratheon's skull? What if the Silver Prince had emerged victorious from those bloody waters to face a realm that would never again be the same? The immediate aftermath of Rhaegar's hypothetical victory would have been a scene of carnage and chaos that would have dwarfed even the actual Battle of the Trident. Robert Baratheon's death would have sent shockwaves through the rebel forces, but it would not have ended their resistance. It would have transformed it into something far more desperate and dangerous. The surviving rebel commanders, men like Eddard Stark and Jon Arryn, would have faced a terrible choice: surrender and face the uncertain mercy of a man who had shattered their cause, or continue fighting in a war that had just become unwinnable. But Rhaegar's victory on the battlefield would have solved none of the underlying problems that had sparked Robert's rebellion in the first place. If anything, it would have magnified them exponentially. The prince, who had started a war by supposedly abducting Lyanna Stark, would now have to govern a realm where a significant portion of the nobility viewed him as a kidnapper and oath-breaker. His military success would provide temporary stability, but the political challenges he would face would be far more complex than anything his father had dealt with. The question of what to do with Aerys II would have become the most immediate and pressing crisis of Rhaegar's reign. The Mad King's behavior during the rebellion, his paranoid ravings, his threats to burn King's Landing, his execution of Brandon and Rickard Stark, had made it clear that he was unfit to rule. But deposing one's own father is not a decision that can be made lightly, especially when that father still commanded the loyalty of certain factions within the realm. Rhaegar would have been forced to choose between civil war within his own family or allowing a madman to continue occupying the Iron Throne. The logistics of removing Aerys would have been nightmarish in their complexity. A formal Great Council could have provided legal cover for the deposition, but assembling such a council would have required the cooperation of lords who were already in open rebellion against Targaryen rule. A quiet assassination might have been more practical, but it would have carried the permanent stain of kinslaying and patricide. Most likely, Rhaegar would have been forced to stage some form of palace coup, imprisoning his father while claiming to act as regent for the good of the realm. But even a successful deposition of Aerys would have created as many problems as it solved. The wildfire caches hidden throughout King's Landing would have remained a constant threat, requiring careful identification and removal by pyromancers who might not be trustworthy. The various court factions that had thrived under the Mad King's chaotic rule would have needed to be neutralized or co-opted. Most challenging of all, Rhaegar would have needed to establish his own legitimacy while simultaneously repudiating his father's actions, a delicate balance that could easily have collapsed into renewed civil war. The fate of Lyanna Stark would have become the defining issue of Rhaegar's reign, a political and personal crisis that would have shaped every other decision he made. If she had survived childbirth, a possibility that his victory might have ensured by providing access to better medical care, her status would have been a constant source of tension. As his acknowledged lover and the mother of his child, she could not simply be returned to the north as if nothing had happened, but neither could she be easily integrated into the royal family without causing massive political upheaval. The options available to Rhaegar regarding Lyanna were all fraught with danger. An annulment of his marriage to Elia Martell would have delegitimized his children Aegon and Rhaenys, potentially creating rival claimants to the throne and certainly enraging Dorne beyond any hope of reconciliation. Polygamy, while historically practiced by some Targaryen kings, would have been an affront to both the faith of the Seven and the Old Gods, potentially uniting the realm's religious institutions against him. Keeping Lyanna as an acknowledged mistress would have been a permanent insult to both Stark honor and Martell pride. The reaction from Dorne would have been swift and potentially catastrophic. Prince Oberyn Martell and his allies had already demonstrated their capacity for patient, deadly revenge. With their princess publicly humiliated and their royal grandchildren potentially bastardized, the Dornish response would have made their later plotting against the Lannisters seem like child's play. Rhaegar might have found himself facing a completely different rebellion, one fought with poison and intrigue rather than armies and banners. The Northern Lords would have presented an equally complex challenge. Even with Robert Baratheon dead and their armies defeated, the proud lords of the North would not have easily forgiven the perceived dishonor done to House Stark. Eddard Stark, assuming he survived the aftermath of the Trident, would have faced tremendous pressure from his bannermen to continue seeking justice for his sister and his murdered father and brother. The northern tradition of long memories and patient revenge would have made any peace settlement extremely fragile. The practical governance of a realm in the aftermath of such upheaval would have tested even Rhaegar's considerable abilities to their limits. The rebel lords who survived would have needed to be either punished or pardoned, with either choice carrying significant risks. Harsh punishment would have created martyrs and embittered their families for generations, while lenient treatment would have been seen as weakness and might have encouraged future rebellions. The economic consequences of the extended civil war would have been severe regardless of the outcome. The royal treasury, already strained by Aerys's erratic policies and expensive obsessions, would have been further depleted by the costs of putting down a major rebellion. Trade would have been disrupted. Crops would have gone unharvested in war-torn regions, and the common people would have borne the brunt of the suffering regardless of which side claimed victory. Perhaps most importantly, Rhaegar's obsession with prophecy and his belief in the coming return of the others would have colored every decision he made as king. Unlike most rulers who could focus on immediate political and economic concerns, Rhaegar would have been simultaneously trying to prepare for a supernatural threat that most of his subjects didn't believe existed. This divided attention would have made effective governance even more challenging, as resources and attention that should have been devoted to healing the realm's wounds would have been directed toward preparing for an enemy that existed only in ancient texts and cryptic dreams. The irony of Rhaegar's position would have been profound. In seeking to fulfill the prophecy of the prince that was promised, he would have created conditions that made the fulfillment of that prophecy infinitely more difficult. A united realm, led by a respected king, would have been far better equipped. To face the supernatural threats from beyond the wall, than a fractured kingdom held together by force and haunted by the memories of civil war. The international implications of a Targaryen victory would have reverberated far beyond Westeros itself. The free cities, which had been watching the rebellion with great interest, would have been forced to recalculate their relationships with the Iron Throne. The Iron Bank of Braavos, in particular, would have found itself in a difficult position. Having potentially backed the losing side in a major conflict, Essos-based merchants and diplomats would have needed to adjust their strategies for dealing with a realm that had just demonstrated both its internal instability and its capacity for violence. The long-term dynastic implications would have been equally complex. Jon Snow, born into very different circumstances, might have grown up as an acknowledged prince rather than a bastard, but he would have done so in a court riven by faction and suspicion. His very existence would have been a constant reminder of the controversies that had nearly torn the realm apart, making him a potential focus for both loyalist and rebel sentiments. The religious ramifications of Rhaegar's victory would have been particularly significant given his apparent interest in prophecy and ancient magic. His reign might have seen a revival of interest in the more mystical aspects of both the faith of the Seven and the Old Gods, as the king's own beliefs filtered down through the court and into the broader realm. This could have better prepared Westeros for the eventual return of magic and dragons, but it also could have created dangerous religious conflicts and theological disputes. In the end, Rhaegar's victory at the Trident would have represented not the end of Westeros's troubles, but their transformation into something even more complex and dangerous. The immediate crisis of rebellion would have been replaced by the long-term challenges of governing a realm that had lost faith in its rulers, preparing for supernatural threats that few believed were real, and managing personal relationships that had profound political implications. The Silver Prince's triumph would have been Pyrrhic in the truest sense, a victory that contained within it the seeds of even greater disasters to come. Theory 18, the silence of lost houses, echoes of Greystarks and Darklings, the vanished names. The histories of Westeros are littered with fallen houses, but some, like the Greystarks of the Wolf's Den or the Darklings of Duskendale, vanished under circumstances that hint at more than just political defeat. Their extermination may involve darker secrets, such as dabbling in forbidden magic, betrayals that violated sacred oaths, or knowledge that powerful entities sought to suppress, leaving only cautionary tales and haunted ruins. The great houses that rule the Seven Kingdoms today stand atop a foundation built from the bones of their predecessors, families whose names have been erased from maps and memories with a thoroughness that speaks to deliberate effort rather than mere historical accident. While the rise and fall of noble houses is a constant theme throughout Westerosi history, certain extinctions carry an aura of mystery that suggests forces beyond conventional warfare or political maneuvering were responsible for their complete annihilation. House Greystark of the Wolf's Den provides perhaps the most chilling example of how thoroughly a noble lineage can be erased when it crosses certain unforgivable lines. For 500 years, this cadet branch of House Stark ruled the eastern reaches of the north from their seat at the Wolf's Den, serving as stalwart bannermen to their more powerful cousins at Winterfell. Their loyalty was never questioned, their service never found wanting until the day they chose to stand with House Bolton in rebellion against their liege lords. The official histories record this as a simple case of misplaced loyalty and poor judgment, suggesting that the Greystarks were drawn into Bolton's scheming and paid the ultimate price for their betrayal. But the absolute nature of their destruction raises troubling questions about what really transpired. When the rebellion was crushed, every member of House Greystark was put to death. Their castle was razed to its foundations, and their very name was forbidden to be spoken. This goes far beyond the usual punishment for rebellion. It suggests an attempt to erase not just the family, but any memory that they had ever existed. The partnership with House Bolton becomes particularly significant when we consider the supernatural. Theories surrounding the Lords of the Dreadfort. If the Boltons are indeed something more than human, if they represent some form of ancient evil that has masqueraded as a noble house for millennia, then the Greystark's alliance with them might have involved more than simple political calculation. Perhaps they were drawn into practicing the same dark arts that have allegedly sustained the Boltons across the centuries. Or perhaps they discovered secrets about their allies that made them too dangerous to be allowed to live. The complete destruction of the Wolf's Den itself speaks to an effort to eliminate not just people, but evidence. Stone structures built to last centuries don't simply disappear unless someone invests considerable effort in making them vanish. The fact that the site was never rebuilt, never resettled, never even mentioned in later chronicles suggests that whatever happened there was so abhorrent that even acknowledging its existence was considered dangerous. House Darklin of Duskendale presents a different but equally mysterious case of noble extinction. As one of the oldest houses in the Seven Kingdoms, with bloodlines reaching back to the First Men and claims to royal heritage predating the Targaryen conquest, the Darklins should have been able to weather most political storms through their ancient roots and established power. Instead, they met their end in a single catastrophic event that saw their entire lineage exterminated with a brutality that shocked even the violence-hardened nobility of Westeros. The defiance of Duskendale, as recorded in the official histories, began as a simple trade dispute between the Darklins and the Iron Throne. Lord Dennis Darklin, influenced by his Myrish wife Sarala, attempted to force King Aerys II to grant Duskendale certain privileges by taking the king hostage. When rescue attempts failed and negotiations broke down, the crisis escalated into open rebellion. The eventual resolution saw the complete destruction of House Darklin and the utter devastation of Duskendale itself. But the extreme nature of the royal response suggests that more was at stake than simple royal dignity or trade concessions. Aerys VII, despite his growing madness, was not typically given to wholesale slaughter without cause. His decision to execute not just the primary conspirators, but every member of House Darklin, including distant relatives and young children, indicates a level of fury and fear that goes beyond wounded pride. Similarly, his order to sack Duskendale so thoroughly that it never fully recovered suggests an attempt to eliminate evidence of something that went far beyond a simple hostage situation. The influence of Sarala of Mire becomes particularly intriguing when we consider the possibility that the defiance involved more than political maneuvering. Myr was known for its expertise in lenses and optics, technologies that could potentially be used for magical purposes such as scrying or communication over vast distances. If Sarala brought knowledge of such arts to Duskendale, and if the Darklins used them to discover secrets about the royal family or the realm that they were not meant to know, it would explain both the hostage-taking and the extreme response. It provoked the possibility that the Darklins stumbled upon dangerous information becomes more compelling when we consider the timeline of their rebellion. It occurred during the early years of Aerys's reign, when his madness was just beginning to manifest, and when various conspiracies and power struggles were reshaping the political landscape. If House Darklin had used magical means to spy upon royal activities, they might have discovered evidence of the growing influence of pyromancers, the secret caches of wildfire, or even more disturbing secrets about the king's mental state and the forces influencing him. The pattern of complete extermination extends beyond these two examples to encompass numerous other houses whose disappearance from history seems disproportionate to their recorded crimes. House Strong of Harrenhal, House Lothston of Harrenhal, House Towers of Harrenhal. The very fact that multiple families have been completely destroyed while trying to hold the same cursed castle suggests that Harrenhal itself might be connected to whatever forces are responsible for these thorough extinctions. The association with Harrenhal is particularly ominous, given the castle's connection to dark magic and supernatural forces. Built by Harren the Black, using techniques that may have involved sorcery, burned by dragonfire in a conflagration that some say still echoes through its halls, and subsequently inhabited by a succession of families that met increasingly grisly ends, Harrenhal seems to be a focal point for whatever forces are responsible for the complete erasure of noble bloodlines. House Lothston's fate provides perhaps the most explicit connection between noble extinction and supernatural forces. The rumors surrounding Danelle Lothston, that she practiced dark magic, consorted with demons and bathed in the blood of maidens, were dismissed by many as exaggerations designed to justify her family's destruction. But the thoroughness with which House Lothston was eliminated, and the persistent legends about supernatural activity at Harrenhal during their tenure suggest that these rumors might have contained more truth than official histories admit. The role of maesters in documenting these extinctions becomes suspect when we examine the patterns of how these stories are recorded and remembered. In each case, the official accounts provide just enough detail to establish the basic facts while avoiding any deep investigation into the underlying causes. The Maesters, with their institutional hostility toward magic and supernatural explanations, would have strong motivations to suppress or distort any evidence that noble houses were being eliminated for reasons connected to forbidden knowledge or supernatural transgressions. The geographic distribution of these complete extinctions reveals patterns that suggest systematic rather than random causes. Many of the disappeared houses held lands along coastlines near ancient ruins or in regions with strong connections to pre-conquest civilizations. This could indicate that certain bloodlines were targeted specifically because of their access to ancient knowledge, their proximity to supernatural sites, or their potential to serve as conduits for forces that prefer to remain hidden. The preservation of certain bloodlines, while others are completely eliminated, might reflect a form of supernatural selection pressure. Houses that demonstrate proper deference to whatever forces govern these extinctions are allowed to continue, while those that cross certain lines or discover certain secrets are marked for complete destruction. This would explain why some rebellions result in mere political consequences, while others trigger the total annihilation of entire family lines. The modern implications of these historical patterns become troubling when we consider the current state of the realm. The return of magic, the awakening of ancient powers, and the general increase in supernatural activity might be triggering the same forces that eliminated houses like the Greystarks and Darklings. Current noble families that find themselves dealing with magical knowledge, supernatural allies, or ancient secrets might be walking the same path toward extinction that their predecessors followed. The question of agency becomes crucial in understanding these patterns. If there are indeed forces, whether magical entities, secret organizations, or something else entirely, that systematically eliminate bloodlines that become too dangerous or too knowledgeable, then the apparent randomness of noble extinctions might actually reflect a hidden but consistent policy of supernatural population control. The survival strategies developed by houses that have endured for millennia might include not just political acumen and military strength, but also knowledge of how to avoid attracting the attention of whatever forces are responsible for these thorough extinctions. The great houses that rule today might owe their survival not just to their prowess in conventional conflicts, but to their ancestors' wisdom in recognizing and respecting boundaries that lesser houses crossed at their peril. In the end, the silence surrounding the extinction of houses like the Greystarks and Darklings might be more than just the natural forgetting that comes with the passage of time. It might represent a deliberate effort to suppress knowledge of forces that continue to operate in the shadows of Westerosi society, eliminating threats and maintaining balances that most people are not even aware exist. The empty castles and forgotten names scattered across the realm might serve as warnings to those wise enough to read them, that some secrets are too dangerous to discover, some alliances too perilous to make, and some lines too deadly to cross. As these myriad theories weave together into a tapestry of staggering complexity, we begin to glimpse the true magnitude of the forces at work in George R.R. Martin's world. What appears on the surface to be a straightforward tale of political intrigue and dynastic struggle reveals itself to be something far more profound, a meditation on power, memory, and the hidden currents that shape civilization itself. The threads connect in ways both subtle and explicit. Bloodraven's manipulation through the Weirwood network intersects with the ancient pacts that may have bound the Night's King to forces beyond human understanding. The Faceless Men's destruction of Valyria echoes through time to influence the Meister conspiracy against magic, while the Merling infiltration of human society operates alongside aquatic civilizations that built cities from oily black stone before continents settled into their current forms. These are not merely isolated mysteries or curious historical footnotes. They represent different facets of a single, vast intelligence that has been shaping the known world since before the first humans set foot on Westerosi soil. Whether this intelligence is benevolent or malevolent, whether it seeks to guide humanity toward transcendence or control it for alien purposes, remains the ultimate question that drives the entire narrative. The beauty of these theories lies not in their certainty, but in their possibility, not in providing definitive answers, but in revealing the depths of question that lie beneath every apparent truth. They remind us that the most rewarding stories are those that trust their readers to think, to question, to explore the shadows between the lines where the greatest mysteries wait to be discovered. In the end, the Song of Ice and Fire becomes something larger than entertainment or even literature. It becomes a form of archaeology, an excavation of the hidden structures that underlie not just a fictional world, but our own understanding of power, history, and the forces that shape human destiny. The Game of Thrones may end, but the song itself is eternal, playing out across ages past and future, reminding us that in the realm of truly great storytelling, every ending is also a beginning, every answer the genesis of deeper questions, and every silence the promise of secrets yet to be revealed. The North remembers, the dragon has 3 heads, winter is coming, and in the deepest waters, the oldest gods are stirring. Listen carefully, and you might hear the music that connects them all, the song of ice and fire that plays on, world without end, in the spaces between truth and legend, where the most important stories are always told.